Daytime show, people. Let's go. Like and share. Leave some comments. I'll talk about the debate in the Supreme Court. And random news. Let's go. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Did you tell her to get away from me? She's crazy.
Choose your destiny.
Don't rap angry. An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. And don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please, for your own benefit. Like, when was the last time you typed something in your Google search or your DuckDuckGo or Bing or Yahoo? When was the last time you typed something into your search bar that you was curious about? Not something related to work or shopping, just something you wanted to know more about. Maybe someone said something and you wanted to, fact check it or learn more about it. We need to do that more often. Like, please, like, a lot of the stuff, there's no point in arguing about it. You can easily just look it up. Like, if people want to continue to be ignorant about it, then that's their choice. But you don't have to do that. You can look it up, like, literally. I mean, I know a lot of people don't trust what pops up. Okay, that's fine. Do a little bit more scrolling, try to look at it from multiple perspectives, get you some different sources, for the most part, what pops up unless it's something that's really like um, detailed, it's gonna be overall correct. You know, like dates, names, something that happened or didn't happen. Those things are gonna be there, and they're gonna be, for the most part, they're gonna be correct. So take your time. You know, and when you're bored, when you don't have anything to do, type it in your search, type something in your search bar, type random ass words in there, like, and just see what pops up. Have you ever Googled yourself? Google yourself, type your name in the Google search bar and see what pops up. I mean, it could be entertaining and fun at the very least, but it can be informative also. You never know. You might have some warrants or something, or they might owe you some money. There'd be money floating around that they owe you for one reason or another. That'll pop up too. Anyways, peace and love. How y'all feeling? We're in here for a daytime show. The light was shining in my eye, and I've been swimming like every night. And I like use my left eye when I'm swimming. Like I like keep my eyes closed and then I open my left eye. So my left eye is really sensitive to light. I don't know. It's kind of bothering me right now. So we're gonna try to get through this. I feel like I'm looking cross-eyed right now. I don't know if my contact is. I don't think it is, but anyways, peace and love. Did y'all watch the debate last night? I'm sure you caught some clips. It went viral. Some of the clips have gone viral. Man. So, one of the memes that really caught my eye was the one where it shows the Simpsons character and he's on the bus and he's like, I'm in danger. I'm in danger. So it's like the meme was like, this is the American people right now. We're in danger. So anyways, that's what the title came from. Because that's how I feel, after watching the debate. I'm like, ugh. A lot of people are calling it a train wreck. Man, I don't know. Hey, I tend to follow politics. I tend to eat the popcorn and kind of enjoy the show, but sometimes it's not all that enjoyable. Like it's like because it has real life consequences, real world consequences come as a result of these things, and it's like the discourse that we're having is so far from what we should be talking about that is extremely scary, like extremely scary. How does this happen? The system is really effed up when these are the people that are gonna be, one of them is gonna be our president next. One of them is gonna be the president at the end of the election, bro. Like this, I mean, there's a lot of talk about replacing Biden or whatever. I don't see that happening. When was the last time that happened? Let's see. Let's look that up. When was the last time? How do I put this? The last time someone was, because the way they would have to do it is they would have to nominate a totally different person at the convention. So how do I type this? Ever being nominated? Hold on. I put as a has a candidate other than the incumbent ever been nominated. Let me show the search results here. For president. Who could replace Biden as a Democratic nominee? Let's see. What would happen if Biden decides to leave the race? It's not really what I'm looking for. Let's do. History. Of not incumbent. That's a bad sentence. Okay, here's something. NPR. James Buchanan, who had been defeated by Pierce for the nomination 4 years earlier, won the nomination in 17th ballot. Let's look at this one. Hold on, let me share. It says, when has a president been denied his party's nomination? July 22nd, 2009 by Ken Rudin. When was the last time, if ever, that a sitting president was not nominated by his party for a second term? Okay, that's pretty close to what I'm looking for. It says it only happened once to an elected president. That was Franklin Pierce, the 14th president, who was elected as a Democrat in 1852. His pro-Southern sentiments and his policy of failing to lead the divisive issue of slavery badly hurt his standing with voters. Especially damaging was his support for the pro-slavery Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1954, which backfired on him as Kansas was overrun by pro-slavery forces, mostly from the slave state of Missouri. The events angered Northerners everywhere and helped lead to the creation of the Republican Party. When Democratic delegates gathered in Cincinnati for their convention in 1856, it was clear that they had had enough of Pierce. James Buchanan, who had been defeated by Pierce for the nomination 4 years earlier, won the nomination on the 17th ballot. 4 other presidents were denied the nomination of their party, but none of them were elected in their own right. They were John Tyler Whig, 1844. Tyler became president in 1841 following the death of William Henry Harrison. Taylor, a conservative Southerner, was out of step with many of the Whig Party, which instead nominated Henry Clay for president. Millard Fillmore, Whig, 1852. Fillmore also ascended to the presidency following the death of the incumbent. In this case, it was Zachary Taylor, who died in 1850. Taylor's death left the Whigs in disarray, and the party convention chose General Winfield Scott over Fillmore and Daniel Webster. Let's see. Let's finish this and then I'll make comments. Andrew Johnson, Democrat, 1868. Johnson, and Southerner and a Democrat, was chosen to be part of the Republican Party unity ticket led by President Abraham Lincoln in 1864. Following Lincoln's assassination the following year, Johnson tried in vain to win the support of the late president's allies. In fact, he was impeached and nearly convicted by the GOP Congress. The Democratic nomination went to Horatio Seymour, but we know that person didn't win because I don't know his name. Chester Arthur, Republican, 1884. Arthur was picked for VP by James Garfield in 1880 in order to help the GOP carry New York. Following Garfield's assassination in 1881, Arthur alienated his erstwhile allies by attacking the patronage system that had helped his career until that point. Arthur lost the GOP nomination to James Blaine. So yeah, basically this hasn't happened in a really long time. All of the examples are from the 1800s. And they're all kind of different. Well, one of them was talking about someone dying. Well, a couple of them was related to assassinations, but then the one said about the person dying in office. Like, and that's one of the things, like, I ain't gonna lie, Biden doesn't look healthy, man. Looking at, it doesn't look healthy, and they said it'd be 86, 87, something like that at the end of his term if he was to win. So the reason why I went to this search was because, like, they're saying that they could replace Biden with someone else. And it's like, there's not much, obviously, looking at this, there's not much precedent for that to happen. So I really don't think that that is going to happen, even though it's a lot of people talking about it. It would have to be a really strange series of events to lead to that. At the Democratic National Convention, they randomly nominate some people and then have all of the delegates or whatever agree on who it is. Even the one here, it said after the 15th vote. That's a long time down. So, and as divided as everyone is on both sides and within each party, I could see it being a really hard time getting enough people to agree on some random person. There's a list. I'm gonna look at it at some point, but there's a list of people who they think could possibly replace Biden. How did we get here? Like, they didn't have to. What I be saying all the time, the Democrats get paid to lose. They did not have to put themselves in this position. They could have had a primary, actual competitive primary, and had someone else nominated before we got to this point, knowing that we're going down this road. It's like these people are so smart, they don't know what's going to happen in a few months, 6 months down the line, year down the line. I can't put that on them. I can't say that they're not smart enough to see this. Like, everybody can see the writing on the wall. Like, that's why I say it has to be these people. They get paid to lose. They use excuses and they put themselves in terrible positions, and then make excuses. But they be doing it on purpose. They have to. Like, these people aren't freaking free Israel. What is Israel? Are they need to be free from what? These Democrats, like, they get paid to lose, man. And that's why I say it's good cop, bad cop, because ultimately the American people are the ones that lose as a result, and everything just keeps rolling down the same road and bumbling in the same direction, regardless of which party is in power. So they work together. The Republicans play the bad cop role and the Democrats play the good cop role, but the results are the same. Interrogation, incarceration of the American people. Yeah, I don't think that they're gonna replace Biden with anyone. I could see a scenario where Kamala Harris ends up being the president as a result of Biden no longer being able to do his duties. That is if he was to win. Which right now is looking like it's really in peril big time, especially after the debate. I don't know, those loyalists are going to vote how they're going to vote or whatever. And by the time the election comes around, they're going to be and forgot about all of this stuff anyways. These people got a short attention span and very short memory. So, I think that the Democrats are going to have to do something to take attention away. Like, I don't know, not have Biden on camera very much. Like, don't let him do much interviews. I mean, they're going to do more debates, how are those are going to work out? You know, maybe he could opt out of those like Trump was doing. I don't know. Keep him from being in the public eye so much. That would help. I don't know what their strategy would be, but replacing him, I don't see it happening. As much talk is happening about that, I don't think so. I don't see it. Like I said, the last time anything close to that happened was in 1800s. So that's well over 100 years where something like that has happened. And, you know, the way politics moves, it moves in a way with precedent or whatever, you know, and people are really it's really hard for people to do things that it's not how they're normally done, especially in politics. So no, I don't see that. I don't see that happening. Anyways, let's look at some headlines, and then we're gonna move on to, I don't know, should we talk about the Supreme Court first or just go into the debate? Headline, it says, am I sharing? Yes. AP, it says Biden concedes debate, fumbles, but declares he will defend democracy. Dems stick by him for now. President Joe Biden is working to quell Democratic anxieties over his unsteady showing in his debate with ex-President Donald Trump. You know, I didn't agree with a lot of the stuff that Trump was saying, but Trump looked very coherent, like, and aware and sharp. You know, he was really sharp and quick, you know, and he was paying attention, you know, he was really on it. Biden, not so much, you know. Biden was all over the place, you know, and just looking at him, like I say, it doesn't look healthy. Trump looks vibrant and healthy, like, you know. Biden does not, you know, and you know, it doesn't matter about your politics. This is just like reality, you know. And so a lot of the Democratic establishment, they're all like, they said they're like in panic mode because of, you know, the debate, you know, and they say Biden wanted this, like, you know, and it's kind of weird too, because this is what they say is the earliest debate. Like, it's even before they've been nominated. Like neither one of these, because they haven't had the RNC convention, they haven't had the DNC convention. So neither one of them, even though we know they're going to be the nominees, well, there is a question mark on Biden's behalf because, like they said, it could happen at the nomination where they'll end up just, you know, nominating someone else, which is not likely to happen, but it could happen. It's within the rules. But yeah, we know that these two are going to be nominated. But then to have a debate before the nomination process has even happened, that's kind of strange. And then not having anybody else, you know. So it's like the only choices that we have for president are these two. Well, it's true because those are the ones that are part of the big parties, and any other ones that's running for president aren't, you know, the most people don't really follow politics enough to even know that these people are there, that there are even viable choices. And also a lot of them, probably some of them, aren't going to even show up on all of the ballots across the 50 states. So if you aren't on the ballot on all the states, the chances of you winning is low. And you're not a part of the major party, you really don't have a chance. So that's what it is. The two that have a chance are these two. So, but it's still kind of strange though. It says, how did CNN's moderators do in the Biden-Trump debate? It almost didn't matter that they were there. Yeah, that's true. People don't like them either. Like, the two moderators aren't very popular. So again, like, this is the situation that we have, you know. We have two people running for president who overall aren't that popular. And then the two moderators are the same. So it's like this is the system that we have. It bubbles up these kinds of people, it shows that the system isn't conducive to the wills of, average folks, the overall population. Like we don't really get much say. So who the one that gets to choose, who the moderators are? Who gets to choose who are the nominees? Is it really us? I'm sure a lot of us would have liked to see different people in these positions. The majority of us, I think. I mean, as popular as Trump is, his popularity comes from, a hardline fan group, and they are by no means the majority of people in the United States. The majority of people in the United States aren't even paying attention to this stuff. Like they don't even really care one way or the other. Like they're not aware. It's really a small segment. They're just really loud. And it's probably even a smaller segment for Biden. Like it's the establishment type of thing where you just go along with whoever is the name on the top of the ticket or whatever, the D, whoever has the D next to their name, that's who we're going to vote for. Those are the Biden folks, which you could switch them out with countless other names and it would make zero difference. It says, here's why it would be tough for Democrats to replace Joe Biden on the presidential ticket. Let's look at this because this is what I'm kind of curious about this. And that's what I said. I don't see it happening at all, even though that's what they're talking about. A lot of people are talking about that today. But I don't see it happening at all. Is there a video? We gotta watch an ad. Why is it circling? We don't want an ad. Hold on.
Not the opening debate performance that President Biden wanted, especially the first 15, 20 minutes. Historically, in these types of debates, incumbents struggle because they haven't debated in 4 years. They're busy running the country. But in this matchup, the same thing.
Come on.
Those same things applied to Trump, where he started out fine. I think the first 15, 20 minutes would be considered probably the worst performance of a candidate, certainly an incumbent candidate ever. I think that
the worst performance ever. Damn, that's harsh.
Of trying to some of the highlights of his administration, and really January 6th was going to be a big vulnerability, but trying to turn that into a positive in some ways, kind of reverse the issue of saying about how things were different then in terms of inflation and the stock market and things. It's kind of pre-Joe President Biden, and so I thought that was an interesting, novel approach. And so the strength that he projected and the lack of international conflicts that existed when he was president. Now we see with Ukraine in the Middle East, just maybe less chaos throughout the world, but maybe more internally. So those were strong, both foreign policy and economy. For President Biden, I thought he expressed empathy on a lot of the questions and issues that they asked him about, things like some of the economy, joblessness, and also to the military, just making that personal connection to his son and what he's done for veterans.
Is that it? Another ad? Seriously?
Debate performance.
Oh, that was it. He said the worst performance ever. Wow. That's pretty harsh. Will Wizard, June 28, 2024. Washington AP. President Joe Biden halting debate performance has led some in his own party to begin questioning whether he should be replaced on the ballot before November. It says the debate was a critical moment in Joe Biden and Donald Trump's presidential rematch, make their cases before the national television audience. I guess you could say it's a critical moment now, but like I say, people have a really short memory, so we still have a pretty good amount of time before the election happens, and by then I think a lot of people are gonna, us political folks, we're not gonna forget, but average people, they're gonna forget. It says, take a look at the facts around false and misleading claims frequently made by the two candidates. Yeah, I do kind of want to look at that too. I wanted to know if somebody was going to do like some fact, why they didn't do like real time fact checking on both of them, during the debate. I mean, they could have, the moderators, like they said, the moderators were non-existent. They could have done that during the debate. They could have pulled that stuff up right after they said whatever they said. They could have just pulled up the facts and been like, well, that's actually not really true. Just letting them slide with it is kind of, that's bad for journalism, It's bad for the American people because the people are watching it and they're like, oh, yeah, it's such and such and such. And it's whatever. This dude just pulled that shit out of his ass. Just because he's the president of the former president doesn't mean he could just sit there and bold-faced lies that you can easily debunk with a 3-second search. It says both candidates wasted no time sparring over policy during their 90-minute face-off. Let me see. It says there's no evidence Biden is willing to end his campaign, and it would be nearly impossible for Democrats to replace him unless he chooses to step aside. So they can't just be like at the nomination, just be like, hey, Biden, we're not really feeling you. We got this guy right here. Can't they do that? If all the delegates or whatever is on board, but Biden has to be like, you know what? Y'all go ahead and pick somebody else. It says delegates Biden won in the primaries are obligated to support him. Oh, okay. So, yeah, but we know that that's not true because remember who was it? When Hillary ran or whatever, and you had the whole controversy related to pledged delegates and all of that, and then they were like, well, these pledged delegates can switch their vote, if they want to. I thought that was the case. I don't think it's anything that's really binding them. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. It says every state has already held its presidential primary. Democratic rules mandate that the delegates Biden won remain obligated to support him at the party's upcoming national convention unless he tells them he's leaving the race. So he can release them or whatever. He can release his delegates. I think that's how it works. Biden indicated that he had no plans to do that, telling supporters in Atlanta shortly after he left the debate stage, let's keep going. Biden campaign spokesperson Lauren Hitt was even clearer, saying Friday, of course he's not dropping out. The conventions and their rules are controlled by the political parties. The Democratic National Committee could convene before the convention opens on August 19th and change how things will work, but that isn't likely as long as Biden wants to continue seeking re-election. So the DNC can change the rules on him. That's a thing they could do. The current rules read, delegates elected to the National Convention pledged to a presidential candidate shall in good conscience reflect the sentiments of those who elected them. Yeah, that sounds like that legalese stuff. So, shall in good conscience reflect the sentiments of those who elected them. That sounds like there's some wiggle room in there. VP Kamala Harris couldn't automatically replace Biden. The vice president is Biden's running mate, but that doesn't mean she can swap in for him at the top of the ticket by default. Biden also can't decree that she replace him should he suddenly decide to leave the race. Yeah, but he could win and then, get sick or decide to step down or something like that, I think, after the election happens, and then in that scenario, she would automatically be president. The Democratic National Convention is being held in Chicago, but the party has announced that it will hold a virtual roll call to formally nominate Biden before in-person proceedings begin. The exact date for the roll call has not yet been set. So they're going to do a virtual roll call to formally nominate Biden before the in-person proceedings begin. That could be they could be doing that, to keep from things getting too crazy. Like, when we had the whole January 6th thing and stuff like that. So if they do it virtually like that, then you won't have you can't have, if it was protesters storming the building or whatever to disrupt what's happening, you couldn't do that if it's done virtually. So that may mean that they're expecting some drama. It says if Biden opts to abandon his reelection campaign, Harris would likely join other top Democratic candidates looking to replace him, but that would probably create a scenario where she and others end up lobbying individual state delegates at the convention for their support. Yeah, see, that sounds like a whole stab somebody in the back situation right there. That hasn't happened for Democrats since 1960, when John F. Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson jockeyed for votes during that year's Democratic convention in Los Angeles. Okay. 1960? That's not that long ago. Other potential Democratic candidates would also face challenges. In addition to the vice president, others that had endorsed Biden in 2024 while harboring their own presidential aspiration for future cycles include California Governor Gavin Newsom, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, and California Representative Ro Khanna. Still others who Biden bested during the party's 2020 presidential primary could also try again, including Senators Bernie Sanders of Vermont, Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, and Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, as well as Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. Yeah, so that's the thing, though. They didn't have a primary this time. I know that you don't normally do that for an incumbent, but still, I think the Democrats should have been smarter and went ahead and did that this time, but they didn't. So here we are. If Biden were to abruptly leave the race, conservative groups have suggested they will file lawsuits around the country, potentially questioning the legality of Democratic candidates' name on the ballot. But Elaine Kamrek, a senior fellow in governance studies at the Brookings Institute in Washington, who wrote a book about the presidential nominating process and also a member of the Democratic National Committee's rulemaking arm, said that courts have consistently stayed out of political primaries as long as parties running them weren't doing anything that would contradict other constitutional rights, such as voter suppression based on race. Well, that could change. We've got so much going on that people feel is politically motivated related to the courts and the judges and cases and all of this. So, these are unprecedented times. So, I really wouldn't be surprised. And what's happening in the Supreme Court, well, I'm going to get to that. But, back when George W. became president for the first time, that was basically decided by the Supreme Court at the end of the day. So it has happened before. It says it's very clear constitutionality that this is in the party's purview. Kamrek said in an interview before the debate, the business of nominating someone to represent a political party is the business of the political party. Yeah. Let's go back to the deal about the fact checking. It says, here's a look at some of the false claims made during Biden and Trump's first debate. Do we have a video? Why are we going so slow today? We don't want an ad. Why is this going so slow today? I think I have too many screens open.
Americans came into tonight's first presidential debate looking for clarity. Instead, they got a lot of chaos. President Biden struggled at times to put together coherent sentences. He got lost mid-thought. He talked about beating Medicare. He struggled to make his case on why abortion rights are needed, or even about his leadership in the economy, saying at one moment early on that he'd created 15,000 jobs when the actual number was more than 15 million. At the same time, Donald Trump, he was succinct and he was coherent, but all of his arguments often built on falsehood after falsehood after falsehood. At one point, he claimed that the lower insulin prices that President Biden made possible, in fact, came from him. He claimed not to have had sexual affairs with a porn star, and the two candidates at one point were debating their golf scores. This is a far cry from what many Americans wanted, and instead of getting answers, they have a lot more questions about the fate of the country and the choice in November.
We're in
Going
danger.
into tonight's first presidential debate, President Joe Biden knew the stakes. He secluded himself with trusted advisors at Camp David and prepared for this debate. And the results were underwhelming and disappointing to many Democrats.
Yeah.
Immediately after his lackluster performance, where he struggled at times to say what he had done in ways that people could understand, Democrats were saying, is this 81-year-old the right person to be at the top of the ticket? And you're seeing a lot of hand-wringing by candidates, by pundits, and by many voters who want someone who can fight for them and pose a real challenge to Donald Trump. As a result, over the next few weeks, there will be more doubts and more questions about what Biden is doing. And he's really going to have to prove whether the debate performance was merely a fluke or a sign of problems ahead.
I don't think it was a fluke. Come on, man. Yeah, I don't think it was a fluke. I mean, this has been the way things have been going the whole time. So, him staring up into space, him getting lost, like, yeah, I don't think he's all there. It's unfortunate. It says the President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump traded barbs and a variety of false, misleading information as they faced off in their first debate of the 2024 election. Trump falsely represented the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol as a relatively small number of people who were ushered in by police and misstated the strength of the economy during his administration. Yeah, the Supreme Court said that a lot of those people that were charged on January 6th wasn't constitutional or something like that. So a lot of those cases are about to get kicked out. This happened, I think, yesterday. So yeah, that's our Supreme Court for you. So what's some more stuff? It says Biden, who tends to lean more on exaggerations and embellishments rather than outright lies, misrepresented the cost of insulin and overstated what Trump said about using disinfectant to address COVID. Here's a look at the false and misleading claims on Thursday night by the two candidates. So January 6th, Trump, they talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol and in many cases were ushered in by police. The facts. That's false. The attack on the U.S. Capitol was the deadliest assault on the seat of American power in over 200 years. as thoroughly documented by video, photographs, and people who were there. Thousands of people descended on Capitol Hill in what became a brutal scene of hand-to-hand combat with police. In an internal memo on March 7, 2023, U.S. Capitol Police Chief J. Thomas Manger said that the allegations that our officers helped the rioters and acted as tour guides is outrageous and false. The Capitol Police spokesperson confirmed the memo's authenticity to the Associated Press. More than 1,400 people have been charged with federal crimes stemming from the riot. More than 850 people have pled guilty to crimes, and 200 others have been convicted at trial. Some of that's going to change as a result of the Supreme Court deal, but it's still true that, Trump was not being honest there. It's Trump on then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's actions on January 6th, because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard and she turned them down. The facts. Pelosi did not direct the National Guard. Further, as the Capitol came under attack, she and then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell called for military assistance, including from the National Guard. Yeah. So, yeah, that's Trump being Trump there. Nancy Pelosi doesn't have any power over the National Guard. And they were clearly afraid. They were running and hiding, like they had to go, run away and hide. And there's that clip of the security guard who led the mob in like a different direction because they were actually going to where the Congress people were literally at that moment, and he kind of led them in a different direction. Who knows what would have happened? Because those people were screaming for Pence and for Nancy Pelosi. So who knows what would have happened if they actually would have encountered them at that moment. It says the Capitol Police Board makes the decision on whether to call National Guard troops to the Capitol. It is made up of the House Sergeant at Arms, the Senate Sergeant at Arms, and the architect of the Capitol. The board decided not to call the Guard ahead of the insurrection, but did eventually request assistance after the rioting had already begun and the troops arrived several hours later. Several fucking hours later. Like, God, how freaking, like, unprepared or do better, y'all. Like, that shouldn't have been the case. The House Sergeant at Arms reported to Pelosi, and the Senate Sergeant at Arms reported to McConnell. There is no evidence that either Pelosi or McConnell directed the security office officials not to call the Guard beforehand. Drew Hamill, a then spokesperson for Pelosi, said after the insurrection that Pelosi was never informed of such a request. It was too easy for them to do that, to get in there and cause all those problems. Like, hopefully they corrected that and something like that couldn't happen again. So taxes and regulations. Trump on Biden. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. The facts, that's not accurate. Trump has used that line at rallies, but it has no basis in fact. Biden actually wants to prevent tax increases on anyone making less than $400,000, which is the vast majority of taxpayers. More importantly, Biden's budget proposal does not increase taxes as much as Trump claims. Though the increases are focused on corporations and the wealthy, Trump's 2017 tax cuts for individuals are set to expire after 2025 because they were not fully funded when they became law. Yeah, so Congress has to fund that stuff. So, yeah. And we know who those tax cuts were for. So it says Trump, referring to January 6, 2021, the day a mob of his supporters stormed the Capitol in an effort to stop the certification of Biden's victory. On January 6, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever on January 6. The facts. The current federal income tax was only instituted in 1913, and tax rates have fluctuated significantly in decades since. Rates were lower in the 1920s, just prior to the Great Depression. Trump did tax cuts during his time in the White House, but the rates weren't the lowest in history. Government regulations have also ebbed and flowed in the country's history, but there's been an overall increase in regulations as the country modernized and its population grew. There are now many more regulations covering the environment, employment, financial transactions, and other aspects of daily life. While Trump slashed some regulations, he didn't take the country back to the least regulated days of the past. That's just how Trump talks. And I think that, even his supporters, they know, that's just how he talks. He doesn't, even though that's what he's saying, he doesn't really mean that. It's just kind of like a way to make himself look better than he is. He's embellishing, and hey, politicians do that. So I'm not gonna, the person needs to be smart enough to know that when he says something like, the least tax ever or whatever, the least regulations ever or whatever, like, anybody that knows anything, has to know that, that's not exactly true. It's really him just saying, we did a lot in that area or whatever. I think hopefully people are smart enough to know that whenever he talks like that, it's just him kind of, trying to make himself look better. Just kind of exaggerating. Insulin. Biden, it's $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. The facts. No, that's not exactly right. Out-of-pocket insulin costs for older Americans on Medicare were capped at $35 in the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act that President Joe Biden signed into law. The cap took effect last year when many drug makers announced they would lower the price of drugs to $35 for most users on private insurance. But Biden regularly overstates that many people used to pay up to $400 monthly. People with diabetes who have Medicare or private insurance paid about $450 yearly prior to the law, a Department of Health and Human Services study released in December 2022 found. So, yeah, maybe you can chalk that up to Biden being kind of not all the way there and fudging the numbers a little bit. But, I think it's just like with talking about Trump, it's just kind of like making himself sound like he's done more than he has. I think it's good enough. I don't think there's a reason to embellish with this. I think that this stuff, the Inflation Reduction Act and some of the stuff that came out of that, it's good enough on its face. I don't think you need to really just embellish with that. I don't see what you gain by embellishing on this topic right here. Like, we changed it from $400 to $15 or whatever. Like, come on, man. Come on, Joe. Climate change. Trump touted his environmental record, said that during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever, and that he supports immaculate air and water. He's always saying best numbers ever. Like, that's one of his favorite lines to say. Like, our numbers are great, or our numbers are the best numbers ever. The numbers they gave me were the best numbers. He's always saying that. It's like, what numbers? What numbers, Trump? Well, specifically, can you be a little more specific about those numbers? It says the facts. That's far from the whole story. During his presidency, Trump rolled back some provisions of the Clean Water Act, eased regulations on coal, oil, and gas companies, and pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. When wildfires struck California in 2020, Trump dismissed the scientific consensus that the climate change had played a role. Trump also dismissed scientists' warnings about climate change and routinely proposed deep cuts to the Environmental Protection Agency. Those reductions were blocked by Democratic and Republican lawmakers. So he says, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. Like, what? I don't think that Trump was really lying when he was saying this. It was just the perspective when he's saying, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And it's like, what do you exactly mean by that, Mr. Trump? What are you saying? I think he is purposely vague when it comes to stuff like that, you know, and he's not necessarily lying. It's just looking at the perspective is not what, you know, people think it is or whatever. Like, you know, and I think his supporters know in those situations also, you know, what he's saying there. Like, he wants them to read between the lines when it comes to that kind of stuff. It's really the opposite of what, you know, they think it is, you know, what, you know, like the general consensus or like what the subject matter is. What Trump is saying is the opposite of what the subject matter is. All right, great numbers. You know, he's like, yeah, great numbers. We aren't on this green thing. You know, we want to use, you know, what they say, drill baby drill. You know, so that's what he meant when he said environmental numbers are great. It's like, you know, the corporations are making plenty of money. We're making plenty of money, man. Coal, natural gas, oil, whatever. So it's like, well, that's not really what we're talking about, Trump. Yeah, we had great numbers. Abortion. Trump, the problem they have is they are radical because they would take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. The facts. Trump inaccurately referred to abortions after birth. Infanticide is criminalized in every state, and no state has passed a law that allows killing a baby after birth. When I was watching the debate, this part really effing bothered me a lot because people have been saying this stupid shit for a long time. And this is one of the reasons why, you know, they want to support abortions. Okay, you can go ahead and feel like you want to support abortions, but don't use, you know, people are aborting babies 9 months and even after birth as a reason for you to support abortions, because that shit is not happening. That is murder. Like, and no one is going to argue with that. Everyone is going to say that that is murder. Like, period, the end. That's it. There's no one's going to justify that. So when you use arguments like that, it doesn't help your cause. It makes you look, you know, delusional, like rabid, even schizophrenic. It makes you like, you know, you want to support your cause so heavily that you're willing to say lies, you know, stuff that's outrageous to anyone. Like, you could go anywhere in the world, literally anywhere in the world, and if you said, I'm going to abort my baby after the baby is born, they're going to look at you and say, you know, that's murder in whatever different language they speak. Everywhere. No one's going to be okay with that, period. It says abortion rights advocates say terms like this and late-term abortions attempt to stigmatize abortions later in pregnancy. Abortions later in pregnancy are exceedingly rare. In 2020, less than 1% of abortions in the United States were performed at or after 21 weeks, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Abortions later in pregnancy also are usually the result of serious complications, such as fetal anomalies that put the life of the woman or fetus at risk, medical experts say. In most cases, these are also wanted pregnancies, experts say. So, yeah, I mean, like, when those late abortions happen, it's not because the mom, after 8 months or 7 months or something, carrying the baby, decides that they don't want to have the baby no more. Like, that is not happening. That kind of thing is not happening. Ridiculous. It's dangerous for the mom too. On top of everything, you've been carrying this baby for like 7, 8, 9 months, and you're gonna try to terminate the baby. In those cases, most of those cases, they're going to have to give birth to that child still. So it's like you got to go through the whole process of carrying the baby and birthing the baby just for the baby to not be alive. Like, who is going to do that? Who would want to do that? Russia, Trump on Wall Street Journal reporter Ivan Gershkovich, who was detained in Russia. He should have had him out a long time ago, but Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. The facts. Trump is wrong to say that Biden pays any sort of fee every time to secure the release of hostages and wrongfully detained Americans. There's also zero evidence that Putin is asking for any money in order to free Gershkovich. Just like in the Trump's administration, the deals during the Biden administration that have brought home hostages and detainees involve prison swaps, not money transfers. Trump's reference to money appeared to be about the 2023 deal in which the U.S. secured the release of 5 detained Americans in Iran after billions of dollars in frozen Iranian assets were transferred from banks in South Korea to Qatar. The U.S. has said that the money would be held in restricted accounts and will only be able to be used for humanitarian goods such as medicine and food. I don't know how you can control how they're going to actually spend the money or whatever. Like, I'm calling bullshit on that one. COVID-19, Biden, Trump told Americans to inject bleach into their arms to treat COVID-19. So Biden repeated that? Come on, Biden. The facts. That's overstating it. Rather, Trump asked whether it would be possible to inject disinfectant into their lungs. And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in 1 minute, he said at an April 2020 press conference. And is there a way we can do something like that by injecting inside or almost cleaning? Because you see it gets in the lungs and it does a tremendous number on the lungs. So I'd be interested to check that so that you're going to have to use medical doctors with, but it sounds interesting to me. So we'll see. But the whole concept of light, the way it kills in 1 minute, that's probably powerful. The whole concept of the light. Yeah, so he didn't say inject bleach. Like, he didn't say that. Like, so this is one of those things that's like, yeah, so some people inferred from what President Trump said and did some stupid stuff. I mean, as the president, you should be very careful about what you say because you have a bunch of people out here that don't know a lot of stuff, and then they take you as an authority figure and then they want to do stuff or whatever. But at the same time, a person needs to be smart enough to make decisions about their own health in a way to not extrapolate from what someone says and lead to you killing yourself because you did something really stupid. Like, come on. Like, and even in Trump's comments, he's like, you need to get doctor involved in it. So, and then he said, let's look at it. Like, let's find out some more stuff about it. He's not saying go fucking experiment at home with your household cleaning supplies. Like, he didn't say, that's not what he's saying. Like, do some research on it, get some medical doctors in it. Let's look at it and see what, we can get out of that. That's not the same thing as saying he told Americans to inject bleach into their arms. Like, that's not what was said. Oh, that shit is frustrating. Like, this kind of stuff right here is, like I said, should not be at all what we're talking about in the presidential debate with all the things that's going on. Inflation is worth talking about. The border is worth talking about. But this kind of shit right here, like, come the fuck on, man. Get all the way the hell out of here. Like, here, you're doing a disservice to the American people by even having this conversation. Super predators. Trump, what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that What he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't forget that super predators, and they've taken great offense at that. The facts. This often repeated claim by Trump dated back to 2020 campaign is untrue. It was Hillary Clinton, then the First Lady, who used the term super predator to advocate for the 1994 crime bill that Biden co-authored more than 30 years ago. Biden did warn of predators in a floor speech in support of his bill. So wait a minute. So they're calling, see, like here they're playing with the words a little bit. Because, okay, so maybe Biden didn't say specifically the phrase super predators, but he did co-author that bill. And, you know, Hillary Clinton, maybe she was the one who used the term super predators, but, you know, she was doing that in defense of this bill that Biden co-authored. So this one is a bit little like, okay, you're playing with the words a little bit. Maybe he didn't specifically say super predators, but hey, we're not giving him a pass on this one at all. And we know that there's a history with Biden related to these racialized laws. Okay, so no, you can't give him a pass. You can say he didn't say super predators, but he's all the way tied up into this right here. So, you know, okay, you want to use that as a fact checker, but, you know, even the last little phrase, it says Biden did warn of predators in a floor speech in support of his bill. So, yeah, he was all for busing back in the day, all of that stuff. Like, so no, you can't. I'm sorry, this one doesn't work. You can't give him a pass on this one. You could say that he didn't say super predators, but at the same time, what Trump is saying here is, I mean, the super predators phrase may be not true that Biden actually said the super predator phrase, but the general consensus of what Trump is saying in this is valid. And the last part, Trump is, and they've taken great offense at it. Like, black people haven't forgotten this stuff. Like, I know that it's a lot of black people that vote Democrat, but they haven't forgotten this stuff. The older folks, they remember this shit. You know, the 90s wasn't that long ago. They probably have family members that's still locked up, had their lives freaking destroyed as a result of that situation there that Biden fucking, you know, basically did. Says migrants. Trump referred to Biden. He's the one that killed people at the bad border, flooding, hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing citizens when they come in. The facts. A mass influx of migrants coming into the U.S. illegally across the southern border has led to a number. What's up, Pat? How you
What's
feeling?
going? I'm doing good, man. How are you?
I can't complain. It's the same old, same old.
Okay, so you can hear me good. I was worried about my microphone and how it was going to act today.
Yeah, I can hear you. It sounds like you got the mic right in front of your mouth or something.
It is. Yeah, I'm actually wearing my headset, so I gotta adjust it. How does that sound?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, but yeah, man, I've been listening for a minute, and the first part, I guess that triggered me, I guess you could say, is the part where like the people who will have go through a pregnancy, have a kid and only to kill it. I mean, that might be a rare situation, but at the same time, like, if that possibility is there without breaking the law, some people will do it, because I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's already kind of heartless to not put if you're not doing everything to keep yourself from getting pregnant, and if that's a big concern for you, I mean, you're not caring enough about yourself or the life that you're bringing in, but neither here nor there. But But
Anything past the first trimester, I feel is pretty, because that's a baby. Like they could possibly make it. They could possibly make it outside the womb after that first trimester.
I would agree. I think that, you know, if that's something that we're gonna do, it shouldn't go past the first trimester.
Yeah. I saw a video earlier and I couldn't barely watch it, but it was a little bitty baby like that, fitting like the palm of this lady's hand. And I was like, damn. So, you know, like that's those early, you know, pregnancy babies, you know, it's hard for them to make it, but they could make it. So yeah, that's heartbreaking.
I might have to mute for a second. Yeah, it is. Hold on a moment.
All right, I'm gonna read some more. It says migrants. Trump referred to Biden. He's the one that killed people with the bad border and flooding, hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. The facts. A mass influx of migrants coming into the U.S. illegally across the southern border has led to a number of false and misleading claims by Trump. For example, he regularly claims that other countries are emptying their prisons and mental institutions to send to the U.S. There's no evidence to support that. Trump has also argued the influx of immigrants is causing a crime surge in the U.S., although statistics actually show violent crime is on the way down. There have been recent high-profile and heinous crimes allegedly committed by people in the country illegally. The FBI statistics do not separate out crimes by immigration status of the assailant, nor is there any evidence of a spike in crime perpetuated by migrants, either along the U.S.-Mexico border or in cities seeing the greatest influx of migrants in New York. Studies have found that people living in the country illegally are less likely than native-born Americans to have been arrested for violent drug and property crimes. For more than a century, critics of immigration have sought to link new arrivals to crime. In 1931, the Wickersham Commission did not find any evidence supporting the connection between immigration and increased crime, and many studies since then have reached similar conclusions. Texas is the only state that tracks crime by immigration status. A 2020 study published by National Academy of Sciences found considerably lower felony arrest rates among people in the United States illegally than legal immigrants or native born. Some crime is expected given the large population of immigrants. There were an estimated 10.5 million people in the country illegally in 2021, according to the latest estimate by Pew Research Center, a figure that has almost certainly risen with large influxes at the border. In 2022, the Census Bureau estimated the foreign-born population at 46.2 million, or nearly 14% of the total, with most states seeing double-digit percentage increases in the last dozen years. So, yeah, these statistics at the bottom is what people would be, upset about. Estimated 10.5 million people in the country illegally. That's a large number. And then it said that has definitely risen. And then it's saying foreign-born population, 46.2. But see, when you say foreign-born population, what does that really mean right there? So I think that a large part of that number isn't what people traditionally think of as people that are, illegal immigrants or whatever. So, but still, when they look at this number, 46.2 million, and then it says 14% of the total, that is something that makes people's eyes get big. And then it says seeing double-digit percentage increases in the last dozen years. Those are that gets people's attention. But yeah, the thing about the crime, and then Trump said he's the one that killed the people. Like, that's pretty damn, like I say, the moderator should have jumped in right there. He's the one that killed people. So Biden killed people, and he says he's the one that killed people with bad border and flooding, hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. Like, you shouldn't be able to say something like that.
Well, and let me jump in there because I think, I mean, because you're right. I mean, what he says is, you know, means a lot. Well, at least it should. And but of course, a lot of people understood what he meant by that, and it's like he's responsible for deaths because of his failed, you know, policies, you know, things that you know, decisions that he's made is what's killing people. So
Yeah, but
tomato,
that's
tomato.
not. Yeah, but that's not what he said. So that's what I mean. They should have clarified that shit right then.
Well, I mean, most people understood exactly what that meant. And, you know, I mean, some people are going to try to hold him to the fire no matter what. I mean, oh, well, but you said, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, say what you mean and mean what you say. You know what I mean? Like, you're the president or you're the former president. You're up here in the national stage. You need to be more careful with your word choices.
I agree. I definitely agree. I know I have to be, I'm responsible for all the things that I say, regardless of what my status is, you know, so I totally get it. And I mean, I totally agree with you, but at the same time, you know, most people really knew what that meant when he said that he is responsible for a lot of deaths because of the way that he chose to go against. Because I mean, there was a lot of stuff that was already, that census things that he changed in the existing border patrol protocol that just didn't make any sense, you know.
Yeah. And I knew what he meant, but at the same time, you know, and it's fueling the fire. That's why it's dangerous, because you, on top of that, you have the media, you know, bigging up these stories where things do happen, but then they play that story over and over again, and they make it seem like, you know, it's more or bigger than it actually is. You know what I mean? Like, because if you just put regular crime statistics next to immigrant crime statistics or stuff that's happening at the border, it's going to be significantly less. You know what I'm saying? If you just looked at the crime within the city, violent crime done perpetuated by citizens, and then you put that next to those same stories that they play over and over in the media, you know, it's going to make those look much smaller. So it's like, you know, focusing on something that's, you know, I'm not saying it's not a problem. What I'm saying is we have other things too. Like it's making it seem bigger than it is, basically. And it gives the people the fuel to have this hatred towards immigrants.
Well, there's a lot of times there's no boundaries made, saying that there's some immigrants. And I think that's kind of the same argument that I was having before. Like, we know what they mean. We know that each and every one is not a problem. I mean, the majority of people in this country are immigrants, whether it's from generations before or current. So, I mean, regardless, you know, yes, he could be more specific, which would be helpful. But at the same time, you know, we should, you know, understand that that's what's, you know, what's being said here, and that not that we believe that all, because I mean, we all living with these people day to day. So I mean, we know that it's you know, it's not the bulk, it's not the majority, but the few can make an impact on our lives in our country. And that's why it's so important to you know, not be so nonchalant about who's coming in, you know, and out of our country. You know what I'm saying? Like, it matters.
Yeah, I can't really argue with that. That's totally logical way of thinking, you know, but as a result of that, you know, premise, then the focus should be on how, you know, the procedures are done. You know what I mean? Funding those services that do that. You know what I mean? Spending more, instead of like villainizing these people, create, you know, this better systems to deal with the situation. You know what I'm saying? But that's not what they do, because they want to just use it as they use it as voting, you know, motivation to get votes. And they don't have a real inclination. They don't have a real desire to improve the situation because it's a tool
Well,
that they use.
well, that would be, lending to the idea that the average voter is senseless. They don't understand. They have to be told directly this or that for them to really get it, instead of, like understanding that this is, grown folks conversation. If you don't, if you're not grown folk, and you need to stay out of it. But Americans are very smart. We, could be smarter, but at the same time, they know what's going on. Just like you expressed it, the same will happen in pretty much any, any area. Anybody's gonna really get it. Most people. Of course, we got our ignorant folks, which we can't avoid, no matter what, no matter how direct you are about your message. They're still gonna, act a certain way.
Let me read some more of this fact checking stuff. It says Charlottesville, Biden referred to Trump after the deadly white nationalist rally in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017. The one who said, I think they're fine people on both sides. The facts. Trump did not use those words to describe attendees of the deadly rally, which was planned by white nationalists. But as Trump supporters have pointed out, he also said that day that he was talking about the neo-Nazis and white nationalists in attendance. You had some very bad people in that group, Trump said during a news conference a few days after the rally, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
Yeah.
He then added that he wasn't talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists because they should be condemned totally. Instead, he said the press has been unfair in its treatment of protesters who were there to innocently and legally protest the removal of the statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee. The gathering planned by white nationalists shocked the nation when it exploded into chaos, violent brawls in the streets, racist and anti-Semitic chants, and smoke bombs, and finally a car speeding into a crowd of counter-protesters, killing one and injuring dozens more. Yeah. So this one is saying that, Biden, it's fact checking Biden on this one,
Well, I want to ask.
I have to say though, it's confusing to people who are listening. When Trump makes these kind of comments, good people on both sides and stuff like that. Like that's confusing to people.
But that's the clips. That's the clips, though. That's the thing that they want people to remember is that part. You know what I'm saying? Just like they know that he's gonna get cleared of all those charges, but they're gonna continue to call him a felon. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of things. Like even the people from January 6th, a lot of them are getting released by the by the justices, the U.S. justices this week. So it's like there's a lot of things that they want to put in people's memory and make it sit there and not correct it when they easily could, so that it would be fair playing ground. But they're using media as usual as a war machine, a war against the minds of the people to make them believe non-truths.
I just think that goes into another situation where Trump needs to be more careful about what how he words things.
Well, no, I think that because you and I could say some things right here on this channel that could be clipped up, and sound like something totally different than what we said, and that's just what they do. It's not a new thing that they do. Like they had some stuff going on already last night within minutes of like less than an hour of the debate of what the different things that they try to make it sound like they could make him sound like. So it was a good example to show people that this is a tactic that's been used. This is something easy to do, take no time to put it on TV, because those professional editors they're just good. But overall, being able to put it into context and be grown enough to do your own due diligence instead of believing the what we know to be known liars. I mean, we know that the news, they'll tell you a story this week, and then as the things change, they don't try to keep you updated because they know that the things that they want you to believe, you're gonna have to fix that on your own. They're not gonna do it.
Let me read this. It says economy. Trump, we had the greatest economy in history. The facts. That's not accurate. First of all, the pandemic triggered a massive recession during his presidency. The government borrowed $3.1 trillion in 2020 to stabilize the economy. Trump had the ignominy of leaving the White House with fewer jobs than when he entered. But even if you take out issues caused by the pandemic, economic growth averaged 2.67 during Trump's first 3 years. That's pretty solid, but it's nowhere near the 4% average during Bill Clinton's 2 terms of 1993 to 2001, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis. In fact, growth has been stronger so far under Biden than under Trump. Trump did have the unemployment rate get as low as 3.5% before the pandemic. But again, the labor force participation rate for people 25 to 54, the core of the U.S. working population, was higher under Clinton. The participation rate has also been higher under Biden than Trump. Trump also likes to talk about how low inflation was under him. Gasoline fell as low as $1.77. But of course, the price dip happened during pandemic lockdowns when few people were driving. The low prices were due to global health crisis, not Trump's policies. Yeah, well, whenever they talk about this stuff, a lot of this stuff tends to not have anything to do with the president and their policies. So, trying to give credit to Trump for inflation or not, or blame Biden for inflation or not, I think in a lot of cases you're missing the true triggers for that stuff. What's really happening. Like it's an oversimplification is basically what I'm trying to say. In a lot of these cases, when you talk about employment or inflation or economic growth, even a lot of that stuff is triggered by more complex reasons than the policies of the president, because a lot of this stuff has long-term implications. Like it's guided by things that has happened before the president was there. So and it pans out when they're in there, and then they take credit for it or get blamed for it. And like I say, in a lot of cases, that's just not what really is happening, And then you can't talk about the inflation situation without talking about these corporations and price gouging and price fixing and, all the shadiness that's going on, the major conglomerates, the monopolies. So if you really wanted to talk about this, when you're talking about the economy and you leave that part out, you're not being honest, period.
Well, I want to, because I missed a lot of what you just said. I'm driving, but what I would definitely like to add is that if we're not looking at the reasons for inflation, because there's natural inflation that's just going to happen because, we live, we breathe, and things change, but there are some things that change just solely based on policy, which I saw for myself as a truck driver when he made the executive order to not be able to use our own reserves or to frack our own, be able to frack our own oil and to, produce, just us being able to use our own oil to make gas. That changed significantly over just a couple of months after him making that policy. So like that was definitely a hard hit to somebody who that's the main thing that goes into your business. So, and that's something that I'll never forget because it was such a vital thing that changed me. I lost my business because of it. So it's going to be kind of hard to sell that on somebody who, you know, like that's the main thing you use in a trucking business is fuel. Even tires go up because you use oil for tires. You can't even use your own oil, like for none of these things now, because this Green New Deal that he's tried to make, or that he did make, because that he did make, and he wasn't lying when he said he made the largest, the biggest, you know, energy dependent deal, but it wasn't beneficial to the people. And then we're talking about something that maybe we'll see a benefit from 50 years from now, but shoot, you're hurting people right now. So that's like when you say that, you know, you can't see it from, you know, like a policy just making a change. And then even I've heard a lot of people saying that, you know, usually it takes a term or two for you to see the difference from decisions that a president made. That's also not true, because like I said, I experienced it myself. But I'm gonna leave it at that because a lot of that conversation is painful for me.
I get it. Let me read the rest of this. It says, similarly, average 30-year mortgage rates dipped to 2.65% during the pandemic. Those low rates were a byproduct of Federal Reserve efforts to prop up a weak economy rather than the sign of strength that Trump now suggests it was. Yeah. Damn it, I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, man, it's like again, what I'm saying is
neither one of them did well last night. I'm gonna be straight up. Neither one of them did like really good, but Biden was just so bad that Trump was left there to, you know, to receive the reward because he wasn't so bad.
Well, I think that, you know, the most American people aren't necessarily listening to what they're saying as much as like taking in the aura of that person, if you will. And so like Trump projected energy, mental acuteness, like, you know, he was on point, you know, and thinking quick. He was on his feet, you know, and it was the complete opposite for Biden. And overall, that's the aura or energy that you got from that, you know, totally excluding what was actually said and policy and all of that. Putting that to the side, you get, you know, one guy who looks like he's sick, you know, and then another guy who's like mentally on point, whether you agree with them or not, you know.
Yeah.
So I think that sums up the whole thing.
Now, from that perspective, I agree that, you know,
we lost you. We can't hear you. Let me read this next deal. It says military deaths. Biden, the truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did. I can't believe I was watching it, and that part kind of struck me. I was like, the balls of this guy to say that. So the facts, at least 16 service members have been killed in hostile action since Biden took office in January 2021. On August 26, 2021, 13 died during a suicide bombing at Hamid Karzai International Airport in Kabul, Afghanistan, as U.S. troops withdrew from the country. An enemy drone killed 3 U.S. service members at a desert base in Jordan on January 28th of this year. And I'm sure these are very small percentage of actual situations, you know. And, you know, they use so many covers when it comes to this kind of stuff, because you have the private contractors, you know, independent contractors, maybe they were trained by U.S. forces, and then you got the covert black ops that where troops aren't supposed to be there or whatever. and this stuff won't come out until years and years later. So yeah, we got bases all over the damn place. So, and it's all kinds of stuff going on. You have the Bolivia coup that happened yesterday, day before, whatever, and people are saying this was CIA backed. It failed, but hey, and they'll be like, well, it wasn't American troops or whatever, but that's one of those tomato deals. It was like there wasn't infantrymen, there wasn't servicemen, that wasn't their title or designation. So presidential record, Biden 159 or 58, don't know exact number. Presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who is the worst president in American history. They said he was the worst in American history. That's a fact. That's not a conjecture. The facts. That's almost right, but not quite. The survey in question, a project from professors in University of Houston and Coastal Carolina University, included 154 usable responses from 525 respondents invited to participate. So, the worst president in American history. Whenever you say anything like that, that's gonna be, argued. So again, this is more stuff that is pointless for the American people are struggling to pay their bills, bro. Like they're struggling to buy groceries. Like you arguing over who was the worst president in American history is not gonna freaking put money in our bank accounts, bro. It's not gonna help us find jobs. Like it's not gonna deal with the border. It's not gonna give us health care. Like this is not what we want to be debated. It's not helping us at all. Like pointless waste of time. George Floyd protests. Trump on Minneapolis protests after the killing of George Floyd. If it didn't bring in the National Guard, the city would have been destroyed. The facts. Trump didn't call the National Guard into Minneapolis during the unrest following the death of George Floyd. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz deployed the National Guard to the city. Yeah, so this is a sensitive ass topic when you talk about this. He said, if I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. Anyways, let's look at some clips from the debate before we start talking about the Supreme Court. Supreme Court. Not ready to talk about that yet. Hold on. We briefly went over this, but this is a clear list right here. It says, who could replace Joe Biden? Here are the top names being mentioned. With Biden not yet officially selected as a Democratic presidential nominee, it is in theory open to the party to choose another candidate. And like I was saying earlier, it's really interesting because they had this debate before the nomination. And I think this is the first time that has happened. And it leads to the Democrats talking about replacing Biden. Was that the plan all along? Was that the whole reason why they had this debate before the nomination, to lead to them to having these arguments about whether or not to nominate Biden at all? That makes me wonder. And then, like I say, they knew that there was problems with their candidate, and they could have had a primary to make Biden earn his nomination again, even though he was the incumbent. And we could have ended up with a different person, like somebody to be there already that has vetted and has people have voted for, and people are deciding, yes, we'd like this person instead of Biden. They could have done that. That would have been, a smart thing for the Democrats to do, for them to have a more viable, position to hold on to power. So what the hell? It's always like a head scratcher when it comes to the Democrats. Like, whether you agree with the Republicans or not, it's like you could kind of see where they're going or whatever, or what they're trying to do or whatever. With the Democrats, it's always like a question mark. What the hell are y'all up to? It says after Biden's calamitous showing in Thursday's presidential debate with Donald Trump, Democrats are panicking and openly talking about who could possibly replace him as the party's nominee. Anything can happen, but replacing the candidate at this stage also presents a long and unprecedented road. There is no formal mechanism that could replace Biden as the presumptive nominee, and such a move would be the first time in a U.S. political party has attempted to do so in modern times. In effect, the only option would be for Biden to agree to step aside and allow the delegates who won in the primaries, who vote to nominate a candidate at August Democratic National Convention in Chicago, to choose someone else. There's no legal requirements for the delegates to vote for the person who won in the primaries, but they are asked to vote in a way that, in all good conscience, reflects the sentiments of those who elected them. So far, Biden has resisted calls to abandon his re-election effort and step aside for a younger candidate. Yeah, so see, it says there's no legal requirements. That's what I was saying. But that article I was reading made it sound like they have to do it. And I know that's not true, because I remember when we had all of those situations in the previous elections where they were all like, are the delegates going to actually, the pledged delegates, are they actually going to vote for the one? Let's read a comment. It's the first comment. It says replacing Biden with Harris would guarantee a Trump win. I agree with that. But they can't really just do that, but they could. Comment. It says, I don't remember. Did you run a similar article when his opponent was found guilty of 34 felony charges? How does that really relate? Because I guess you're trying to say that the Republicans should have been thinking about replacing Trump as the presumptive nominee because he got felony charges. But I guess I get the point. But I don't know. Biden's coherentness, like, it's saying Trump is a felon and that he shouldn't be running for president is a different argument than saying Biden is not able to do the job. Like, there's a difference there. Another comment, it says, this is exactly why Democrats lose. Biden has one bad night and everyone bounces. Meanwhile, Trump has a strong base supporting him despite all his flaws, illegal bad things he's done. This is not the moment to consider another candidate. The Democratic Party represents a much larger portion of the U.S. population. Bringing another candidate could fracture the party, which is exactly the opposite of what we need now. Everyone should rally behind Biden at all costs. That's it. I hate this way of, this is that establishment talking points that happen every time. And this is how we ended up with Biden in the fucking first place. Like, this way of thinking is what leads to establishment candidates that nobody really likes and they hold their nose and vote for, instead of us getting people that we actually support. Like, I was watching the video of Bo, the Fifth Column, and that's what he was saying. He said that this is summing up to another presidential election where people are voting against they're choosing who they're voting against, and I think he's 100% correct. Like, instead of having someone to vote for, somebody you support their policies and all of that, Instead of that, you are forced to vote against, it's the guy that you don't want to win. So you vote for this guy because you don't want that other guy to win. And that's what we have here. And this is what continues to happen when you have this kind of attitude. Stir fry shit or bake shit. What do you want for dinner? So we're looking at the names. So this one is who could replace Joe Biden. Here are the top names being mentioned. The first one is Kamala Harris. The most obvious pick would be Biden's vice president, but by no means would she be popular. Harris, 59, has been widely criticized for not carving out her own role in the administration and has poor approval ratings, suggesting she would struggle against Donald Trump in the glare of an election campaign. Yeah, I don't think she would have a chance of beating Trump. Her best chance of being president is Biden winning and then, getting sick or something. Gavin Newsom, the California governor, has made a point of supporting Democrats in elections away from his home state, which looked at times like he has been running a shadow White House campaign. Newsom, 56, was in the spin room after the debate, talking down any alternatives to Biden as nominee, saying it was nonsensical speculation. Yeah, he'll say that, and then he'll turn around and be like, you know what? I'll take it. Yeah, this guy, most likely, we're going to see him run for president and be a top contender in the next cycle. Unless Biden wins and Kamala becomes president, and then she would be like the incumbent the following presidential election, and that would automatically make her the nominee. So then, like how they tend to do with the Democratic side, they have this establishment deal, so they probably wouldn't run anybody in the primaries. They wouldn't have a real primary against her. They wouldn't primary her. I don't think so. Maybe. If her numbers were really, really low, then maybe, but most likely they wouldn't, because that's just not how the Democrats roll. So then he'd have to wait until she loses or something, and then he could. Yeah, but we'll see him in the future for sure. And here's another name we'll see in the future on the Democratic side running for president. Gretchen Whitmer. The Michigan governor, 52, was on the short list for VP pick for Biden in 2020, and a strong showing in the midterms for the Democratic Party was in part attributed to her governorship. I kind of like her. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think that they're gonna replace. They're not gonna put any of these names in there or whatever. But she's gonna be a name that, like if Trump was to win this time around, then the next presidential election, she's going to be her along with Gavin Newsom will be contenders for the Democratic nomination for president, without a doubt. J.B. Pritzker, the 59-year-old governor of Illinois, will be one of the wealthiest of possible picks. He can flourish in credentials of having codified the right to abortion in Illinois and declaring it a sanctuary state for women seeking abortions. I don't really know this guy. Like, he don't really make the news very much. Sherrod Brown, the 71-year-old, will be the oldest of the alternative picks, but is still 7 years younger than Trump. It was considered a surprise when he did not have a tilt at the Democratic nomination in 2020. At the time, saying remaining as one of Ohio senators was the best place for me to make the fight on behalf of working people. I've heard people talk like that before and then flip. So I don't know. Some of these people, they would have to want to run. I don't know. It seemed like Biden didn't really want to run. It was just like, get in there, Joe. It looks like Sanders is going to be the Democratic nominee, and we can't have that. So get in there, Joe. Joe was like, huh? What? I was playing golf with my son. I was about to go on vacation. No, cancel all your plans, Joe. Get in there. Yeah, I don't think he really wanted to be. It's abuse at this point. Let's see some clips.
Not a loser was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up.
Yeah, that was the most emotional
You're the sucker. You're the
and coherent that we heard Biden that for the night. It seems like he was aware and, you know, pretty emotional. Like you could kind of feel him with that. It's like, you know, you talk about my son or whatever. You know, people can't really, you know, argue with his position on that. It's like, you know, I felt like you personally attacked me, you know, my son who's no longer here. And that's pretty damn fucked up. So like, yeah, that kind of worked for the Democrats right there. You know, like they were saying in the prep for this is like Trump needs to come off not an a-hole, you know, and this part kind of made him look like that. And it also made Biden look like the, you know, vulnerable, like he's picking on somebody's grandpa or whatever, you know, which in most people's eyes is kind of, you know, despicable. Wall Street Journal, during the debate, President Biden challenged former President Donald Trump over reports that he's called Americans who died in war losers and suckers. Trump said he had never made the comments, though Trump's chief of staff at the time has confirmed he used those derogatory words. Yeah, yeah, he probably said that. You know, I know people get really emotional about this kind of stuff too, but it kind of goes with what I was saying earlier. I think that, you know, we would rather a discussion on policy over a discussion on what Trump said or didn't say. I don't know how that helps anybody. I get it, but
presidential nominee. His lackluster debate performance against Trump has raised questions about whether he should step aside as the presumptive Democratic nominee. Short answer, it's possible. But Biden would likely need to drop out of the race for any replacement to be nominated before the November election. Biden has won enough delegates to secure the Democratic nomination. But if he drops out, those delegates would become uncommitted, and new candidates could try to win their support at the convention. And because those delegates are likely loyal to Biden, they may be more likely to vote for whomever he supports should he step down. So, who might step up? There's Biden's VP, Kamala Harris, and the party has a host of political stars. California Governor Gavin Newsom, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, and Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
yeah, so if he steps down and he's like, I endorse such and such, then the delegates would be they'd feel obligated to give those delegates to whoever Biden, you know, endorses. If that was the scenario.
producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are two different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas.
As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so they're two different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas.
As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
We are
So like they're competing on who can brown nose Israel the best. Like this is the situation. This is the scenario we're in. Al Jazeera says he's a very bad Palestinian. Then the first presidential debate of this year's campaign, former U.S. President Donald Trump accused President Joe Biden of being soft on Hamas, while Biden defended his support for Israel. Yeah, they're both saying the same thing. Like, I can support Israel better than you can. Comment, it says, and as an American president using Palestinian as a slur to insult another American president, what a joke of a country. Another comment, it says, both men arguing like children over which of them supports genocide more. Another one, it says, I think the whole world should get a vote in the U.S. election since they seem to spend most of their time making decisions about countries that they have no business making decisions about. Man, that's a good comment right there. That is a good comment right there. Like, let these people deal with their situations and let's focus on our situation. You know what I mean? What do they say? Sweep around your own front door. Next comment says, nurse, they're out of bed again. Oh man, that's just mean. Like two old guys in an old folks home kicking each other. Why do y'all keep doing that?
Live now from Nairobi. Yusra, when we spoke a few days ago, it was all about the president, doubling.
Oh yeah, I want to talk about that, but I'm gonna wait.
Make sure that we have childcare. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for childcare. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break. I'm going to make sure that we have childcare. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for childcare. I'm going to make sure we do something about it.
Man, the people that coached him for the debate, I'm sure they're frustrated as hell. Like when they was watching this, they're like, bro, Joe, we went over this, bro. We went over this over and over again, bro. Like, come on, can you get the words out? Just say it. Like, duh. We went over this 100 times. Come on, man, go. Let's do this, man. They're like, they're gonna blame me for this, man. I tried, bro. Like, you got it when we was in practice. Like, come on, man. Come on, man.
Is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like, even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe. The whole country is exploding because of you. Because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never.
He couldn't help but to throw in like, nobody's ever done anything as great as what we did or whatever. Man, you could disagree with him all you want to, but his message was clear, it was coherent. You know what I mean? He stood on what he believes in or whatever, and what he was trying to do, and he believes in what they were doing or whatever. Like, you can hear it. So it's like, it's pretty clear, pretty straightforward. You know, maybe you don't support regulation, more, you know, less regulation. Maybe you don't support, you know, cutting taxes for wealthy corporations and stuff like that. You know, maybe you don't support those policies or whatever, but you'd have to agree that he was clear and concise about, as opposed to Biden. Shade Room posted this. The debates are over. What are your thoughts? First comment, it says, if you vote Biden, you're basically saying you're ready for World War III. You can't even complete his sins. Joe can't even complete his sins. How do y'all expect him to protect this country? I don't want my little brothers being drafted for a war that can't be avoided. Trump isn't the best option after this debate. He is the only option. Joe needs rest immediately. Yeah, I don't think that people going to completely agree with you there, because, you know, even if a lot of people feel like Joe isn't really running the show anyways, and, you know, you have the way the system works. So if, you know, Biden wins and his coattails kind of leads to Congress being mostly Democrat, and they have the power in like the House and the Senate or whatever, you know, Joe can be over there babbling to the side, but then you will have the senators who can bring bills and, you know, pass bills or whatever. And so then the policies coming from the Democratic side will be the ones that will be most likely to become law. So it, you know, and I get the argument, you know, I get the argument saying that Trump is the only option, but, you know, from the perspective of a lot of people thinking about policy, they're going to make their decision based on policy. They may not agree with less regulation and tax breaks for the rich or whatever, you know, so then that eliminates Trump as their choice, regardless of how much Biden is bumbling. I hate the way the screen jumps like this. They arrested the police chief of Uvalde. School police chief or whatever. I want to do some more clips from the debate before I go on.
January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. That what happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible.
He encouraged those folks to go up to the Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America.
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, You ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. On January 6th, we had a great border.
Man, I was driving. I had got off of work, and the second half of the debate, it was still going, and I was trying to listen while I was driving, and I could not hear very well. Like, they said Biden has a cold or something. That's what they said. So it's like, not only was he mumbling, but his voice was low and harsh, and I couldn't hear him very well. That was frustrating. Like, turn his mic up or something. Like, help us out, y'all. He's fumbling. He's got a raspy voice and talking low. Turn his mic up or something. Like, come on, help us out.
Vice President, as you're well aware, one of the biggest insecurities facing the campaign going into tonight was the claim, potentially, that President Biden is too old, that his mental acuity is just not there. Reaction across the board, including from Democrats, is that they were not convinced potentially tonight. What do you say to those voters who watched tonight and weren't sure that he is mentally fit?
Listen, he did not get off to a strong start in that debate, but he had a strong finish. And, there was a slow start, but a strong finish. And the bottom line is this: let us not decide the outcome of who's going to be president of the United States based on a 90-minute debate. Let's measure that decision against the last 3.5 years.
Madam Vice President, as you're well aware, one of the biggest insecurities facing the campaign going in.
She had a hard time getting that out, huh? She was like, really, let me get my feet together. Give me a second. She had plenty of time to, work on her response, but she still was kind of stunned. It's like, man, how am I going to say this? ABC News Vice President Harris tells ABC News Lindsay Davis that President Biden did not get off to a strong start in the debate, but he had a strong finish. Harris then added, the bottom line is this: let us not decide the outcome of who's going to be president of the United States based on a 90-minute debate. So I'm sure that's exactly what they told her to say. Like, make sure you get these lines out. Make sure you say, okay, he didn't get off to a strong start, but he did have a strong finish. I don't know where you got that from. Like, they was like, what are we going to say? How are we going to deal with this? All right. Well, he got off to a strong start, weak start, but we could say, he finished strong. It's like, did he actually finish strong? That don't matter. We just want to say this, it sounds good or whatever. Like, okay, what else we're going to say? Well, the bottom line is, let's not decide the outcome of who's going to be president of the United States based on a 90-minute debate. You know what I mean? Like, just because he had a horrible, debate, we're not going to base, our voting on that, So let's not be rash here. There were really smart people in the room, and that was the best they could come up with. Comment, it says, I base it off January 6th and 30 plus felonies. It comes down to morals. I think a lot of people may think like that, or the opposite of that. Another comment says, she didn't even know what to say for a second, LOL. Tell you, she was like, what did they tell me I have to say again? I got to be careful. Another comment says, she's just as bad as him, can't get her words out too. She was just put in a pickle. Like the White House press secretary, they have a hard job, bro, to sell some bullshit to people and sound like you really mean it or like you really believe it. Like, that's not easy. Another comment says, I think Harris has been drinking Joe's Kool-Aid. She sounds just as ridiculous as Joe. Another one, is she always drunk? She does not speak any better than Biden. Another comment, Biden had a strong, what the hell was she watching? Yeah, strong finish. Yeah, that's just what they said. They were like, man, this is terrible. What are we going to say? Well, he ended off strong. Another comment, that says, I'll be riding with Biden, not a criminal felon. Another one, she's bitter that even when they replace him, it won't be with her. Another comment says, She's damn sure not helping Biden win. Shaking my head. Another comment said elderly abuse in the White House scandal. I'm telling you. Tell you. It says she's not helping Biden. She's absolutely not. What were they thinking in the first place? Like, oh my God, bro. The situation would be very, very different had they let the primaries play out the way that they would have played out without them doing the plays that they did to, sabotage folks. They did the same thing when Hillary Clinton was running, and the results came the same. It's like they don't learn. They keep doing the same thing over and over again, and it doesn't make any sense. Let the shit fall the way it falls, and that's gonna have your best candidate. Let the primaries play out without interference, and let the best candidate that's the whole point of the primaries, is to see who can actually get support from the people, who can actually have a chance to beat the other guy. When you interfere and the person that's not the most liked or the most supported or whatever, who's going to get the most votes, and you put them up there, then that's where like I say, they get paid to fail. They get paid to lose. They put up losers every time when they don't have to. Doesn't make sense. Let the primaries play out and let the best man win. Stop interfering with that shit. That'll give you your best chance to win. They don't want to win, clearly.
Sound smart about the Biden-Trump debate? Here are 3 quick takeaways. First, Biden's unsteady performance didn't help his campaign's efforts to soothe voters' concerns about his age. His hoarse voice and occasionally hard-to-follow responses made him look all of his 81 years old. A person close to the campaign told us he has a cold. Second, when it came to policy, Biden and Trump accused each other of being terrible presidents. Trump repeatedly made over-the-top apocalyptic statements about the state of the country, and it's not clear either did much to win over voters who dislike both of them. Third, Trump appeared disciplined, but his responses were full of inaccuracies, and he refused to definitively say he would accept the results of the 2024 election.
Yeah, they should have started off with that, and they kept asking him that question, and he never really clearly answered it. He was like, "Yeah, if there's no, abnormalities, what did he say? Then yeah, I'll support him." Then he went on to like, "I would much rather be in a nice location and not have felonies and all of this. I didn't even really want to run and all of this." Bro, answer the question. If it comes out that you've lost, are you going to accept that L? Are you going to take your L? He didn't really answer. So we already know what the answer is. There's a precedent. I want to talk about AIPAC too. Hopefully I'll get to that.
The crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give your minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very...
The crimes you...
See, this is where like the title comes from. We're in danger, because this is what they're talking about. And, whether this guy had sex with a porn star or not, I mean, I think most of us don't really give a F, bro. Like, we don't care, like, at all. Like, can we talk about stuff that's gonna be like important? You know what I mean? Can we talk about stuff that has to do with the American people and their future? Like, what the F? This is what the hell? This is what I mean. I'm lost for words because the biggest stage, the biggest political stage, and they're talking about whether this guy had sex with some lady or not. Like,
address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me.
What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag.
How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world?
That's a fair question, actually. And, I'm sure they knew that was coming and Biden was prepped for it. And, I don't know about his answer being, giving anybody any confidence. His answer wasn't very good. But then the whole conversation devolved into their golfing abilities. Like, we're in danger. CNN, President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump challenged each other's golf skills after both were asked about concerns over their age while facing off in the first presidential debate in 2024 live from CNN studios in Atlanta. Look, first comment, it says, and it genuinely felt like I was watching an SNL skit. I'm telling you, like, where is the camera? Who is playing a joke on us? Like, this cannot be serious. We're in danger. Danger. Damn it. Why does it do that? That's why I like to go in order whenever I put these in here, but
To the porn star.
How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
What? An answer?
I didn't have sex with a porn star.
How many?
It's like, what did he say? This says President Biden accused former President Trump of having the morals of an alley cat. Okay, that's what it was. You had the morals of an alley cat. It's like, bro, like, is that from 1950s? Like, who says that? Like, what does that even mean? Morals of an alley cat. Okay, it's I don't know. Is that good or bad, Joe? We don't know. We don't know what that means, bro. Can you update your slang words?
Fire those generals, the woke generals at the top, because people been talking
Yes, I would get rid of them, yeah. But see, now I know them. I didn't know them before. But, I came in. What do I know? I was a New York real estate person, but no, I'd fire them. I would fire them. You can't have woke military.
Are you going to fire those generals, the woke generals at the top? Because people been talking
Yes, I would.
Yeah, I don't know that we have woke, quote unquote, generals. Like, I don't think so. The military is not that.
Mr. President, how did you think you performed tonight? Do you have any concerns? Democrats are concerned that you should drop out, that you're not fit for the job, your voice, your performance tonight. Do you have any concerns about your performance? Hard to debate a lot. New York Times pointed out in July of 2016. Big line. Are you suffering from a cold? Your campaign said that you're sick. Is there?
Dang, let's after the debate, let's go to Waffle House. You know, I want some coffee and eggs. You know, I slam dunk that thing. Let's celebrate. Let's go to Waffle House. Do a couple photo ops. Hope they tipped all the servers. The Shade Room was present at Waffle House during President's stop for some food after the debate. He discussed his performance during the debate and revealed he has a sore throat. Waffle House, out of all places. Why did he choose Waffle House? Make him seem like a normal person? I don't know, reaching out to ethnic folks? Or he just wanted some coffee and breakfast? I don't know. We're in danger.
His own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him? His own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers.
That's one of the ones that they was working with him on. They're like, make sure you get this in there. Come on, Joe.
We knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart.
Yep. Yep. Who's the best at golf is what we need to be talking about here. It says Joe Biden's claim, I'm the only president in this century that doesn't have this decade that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world. Fact check, at least 16 U.S. service members have died while serving overseas during President Biden's presidency. 13 U.S. service members died in an attack in the Kabul airport in Afghanistan in August 2021. 3 soldiers were killed in an attack in Jordan in January of this year. Be careful what you say, because they're gonna come back on you on that shit. I think I'm about ready to move on from this topic.
Criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent.
For President Trump to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concern?
But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well,
That's probably the main clip they're gonna keep playing.
And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. The problem they have is they're radical, because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at
It's such a horrible thing to say. That is not happening. That is not happening anywhere. That is murder. Carrier Newsroom. Donald Trump told a vicious lie about Democrats wanting abortion after birth. This is plainly untrue and not supported by any evidence. And I've been hearing people saying stuff like that. That's where Trump got it from, because it's been floating around on the internet, but it's not based in reality. You know, if you want to support abortion, go ahead and support abortion. Don't say that people are doing abortions after birth. It's not happening.
He was on the phone throughout much of the debate with Obama world people, with Democrats, with people who are political operatives, with campaign operatives. My phone really never stopped buzzing throughout. And the universal reaction was somewhere approaching panic. President Biden had one job tonight. He needed to settle Democrats. Democrats, you know, they always talk about Democrats are bedwetters and Democrats are always panicking. Yes, Democrats are always panicking. They're always scared, right? They're always thinking they're going to lose. Like Democrats are very pessimistic. This is just
Neurotic.
who they are. They're neurotic. But Joe Biden's job was to reassure them tonight. His job was to calm his party, to make them feel
He didn't do
yes,
that.
I can do this. I have 4 more years in me. I have the ability and the strength to do 4 more years. He
No.
did not do that. I too was on the phone throughout much of the debate with
He definitely did not reassure anybody in his competence. And this is MSNBC. Joanne Reed reports on the Democratic sources are saying after Biden's debate performance and why many are approaching panic. Panic. Biden was admittedly, this is a comment. It says Biden was admittedly ill with a cold and probably should have not been on stage. That said, he's been sharp on the campaign trail and during his latest international visits. Was also sharp during the State of the Union. He came off very well during the Howard Stern interview. Not his best night, but he didn't lose any voters in this House. His track record, lands, legislative accomplishments speaks for themselves. Yeah, that's, you know, are you a bot? You have to be a bot. You're making excuses for him. He's like he was sharp on the campaign trail, yeah, and yeah, the State of the Union, he was good on that. Let's focus on the things he, you know, when he did do well. Another comment says, let's get this straight. If any party should get rid of their nominee for president, the Republicans, ! Not period. Yeah, so these comments make sense because this is MSNBC. Another comment says, no panic here. Another one, I'm still voting Biden-Harris. Another one, sorry, Joe, but the people you're talking to are out of touch. As Governor Newsom said, a lot of us feel President Biden delivered for us, and now it's our turn to deliver for him because he will keep doing a good job for us, Biden-Harris 2024. Yeah, these people are in a cult. And they talk about the MAGA, you know, the Make America Great Again, Republicans being cultish. Yeah, these folks here, these MSNBC folks are the same. There's no difference. I need a quick break. So I'm gonna play. Uh-oh, what did I do? I did something. Damn it. Can I do this? Are they gonna let me do this? Hold on, y'all. 1 second. I'm gonna have to close this window. I don't want to close the wrong one. Okay, boom. Close this one. And we'll probably go back to this, and we might make it to this. Why did it change my? That's frustrating. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Danger. Okay, I'm gonna play a little Democracy Now! And give myself a quick break, y'all.
At least 11 Palestinians were killed and 40 others wounded today when Israeli forces bombed al-Mawasi, an area sheltering displaced families near Gaza's southern city of Rafah. Separately, Gaza's civil defense agency said 3 of its medics were killed and a dozen others wounded by Israeli airstrikes as they search for survivors of Israel's assault on the Burej refugee camp. The attack on medical workers came as Israeli authorities continue to bar many Palestinians from leaving Gaza to seek medical treatment. This is Kamela Abu Quaid, mother to 5-year-old Fayez, who urgently needs treatment for cancer after lumps spread throughout his body. On Thursday, the boy finally granted permission to leave Gaza for treatment in Egypt, but his parents were not allowed to travel with him.
Why is there suffering like this? Are people's hearts blind? Are they blind or deaf that they don't hear or see? Have they lost their feelings? Is it okay for them to see us suffering like this? Do they not feel for these children? Malnourishment, lack of food, no capabilities, no treatments, no medication. There's no milk. There's nothing. There's nothing. Do they want to kill us slowly? Why?
The Biden administration is defending the pace of its arms shipments to Israel after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accused the U.S. of slow-rolling military assistance. This week, the White House boasted it supplied Israel with $6.5 billion in military aid since last October. The disclosure came as senior U.S. officials held talks with an Israel delegation headed by Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who on Wednesday told reporters in Washington, D.C., Israel's prepared to bomb Lebanon, quote, back to the Stone Age, unquote, unless Hezbollah halts cross-border attacks. On Wednesday, Gallant was confronted by a peace activist with Code Pink after meeting with key members of Congress on Capitol Hill.
Gallant, you are a war criminal. How dare you enter our city and our country? You are a war criminal. You have literally killed thousands of Palestinians carrying out the genocide in Palestine. Shame on you and shame on you for letting them in here. Shame on all of you for protecting a war criminal.
In more news from Capitol Hill, lawmakers have barred the U.S. State Department from citing death toll figures provided by Gaza Ministry of Health ahead of Thursday's vote. Congress's lone Palestinian-American lawmaker, Democrat Rashida Tlaib of Michigan, read into the congressional record the toll of Palestinians killed during Israel's assault on Gaza, more than 37,700 dead, 15,000 of them children.
But Palestinians are not just numbers. Behind these numbers are real people, mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, who have had their lives stolen from them and their families torn apart. And we should not be trying to hide it. These are innocent children and babies who have been bombed in their tents, burned alive, dismembered, and deliberately starved to death. Where is our shared humanity in this chamber? There is so much anti-Palestinian racism in this chamber that my colleagues don't even want to acknowledge that Palestinians exist at all. Not when they're alive, and now not even when they're dead. It's absolutely disgusting. This is genocide denial.
President Biden and former President Trump took to the stage Thursday night for their first debate of the 2024 election, hosted by CNN at its Atlanta headquarters. Over the 90-minute debate, Trump repeatedly lied, referenced misinformation as he blasted Biden's immigration policies, inaccurately linking asylum seekers and immigrants to rising crime. Trump also falsely asserted Democrats have advocated for abortion legislation that would allow doctors to kill newborn babies. CNN moderators Jake Tapper and Dan Bash failed to challenge or fact-check Trump during the debate. President Biden was halting and disjointed, muffled his lines, often appeared to lose his train of thought. We'll play excerpts of the debate and get commentary for the rest of the broadcast after headlines. The United States Supreme Court has rejected a bankruptcy settlement that would have protected members of the Sackler family from lawsuits related to the opioid epidemic. In a 5-4 ruling, justices found the settlement between Purdue Pharma and states, tribes, and local governments violates U.S. bankruptcy law by exempting the Sacklers from future litigation. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court's right-wing supermajority ruled in a 6-3 decision that the Securities and Exchange Commission cannot use administrative law judges to assign penalties to violators who must instead be granted a jury trial. The ruling sets a precedent that severely curtails the power of the federal government to impose fines for violations across a range of agencies. In a scathing dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor called the ruling a power grab that will have momentous consequences. She wrote, quote, "The constitutionality of hundreds of statutes may now be in peril, and dozens of agencies could be stripped of their power to enforce laws enacted by Congress," she said. Also,
that one is a big deal, and I want to talk about that more in a little while. But that first part, that was a good thing at the Sackler family actually being able to, be held accountable. Like people dying is the cost of doing business for these people, and they just make billions of dollars, and they get to continue to do that and face no retribution for their actions. I think that's really effed up. Like if people can do whatever they want to do and not get held accountable for it, then they're just going to continue to do it. So then you're just going to have more people dying, so that's a good thing that they did. Now, I'm surprised on the 5-4. I might want to look at that and see who were the ones who upheld it. So who were the 5? That's interesting. I'd like to know that. And as far as this one, though, this is terrible because it's going to give the judges power in these situations. And, depending on the judge, they're going to determine whether, it kind of gives the judges power over the federal decisions that federal, like it's supposed to be checks and balances with each other, but it shouldn't be, you can allow like one branch to undo something that the other branch did. And basically that's what this is going to do, which is kind of scary. I'm going to dig into that a little bit more in a minute, because that's what I kind of wanted to talk about next is the Supreme Court.
On Thursday, justices voted 5-4 to block the Environmental Protection Agency's Good Neighbor Plan, which allows the EPA to regulate air pollution that drifts across state lines. In a statement, Earthjustice wrote, quote, "The court's order puts thousands of lives at risk, forces downwind states to regulate their industries more tightly, and tells big polluters that it's open season on our environmental laws," Earthjustice said. In Texas, the former Uvalde Schools police chief and another former officer have been indicted over their role in the botched response to the 2022 massacre at Robb Elementary School. Pete Arredondo, the former Uvalde Schools police chief, and Adrian Gonzalez, a former officer, were charged Thursday with multiple counts of felony child endangerment and abandonment. Arredondo was fired 3 months after the mass shooting. 376 law enforcement officers responded to the mass shooting that day, but it took 77 minutes, well over an hour, for anyone to enter the classroom where the gunman was slaughtering children. 19 children were killed, as well as 2 teachers. Polls have opened in Iran.
So it only took how many years? And then I feel like they're scapegoating these two guys, because who else was involved in decision making related to that situation being what it was? It seemed like it would be more people, and higher up someone, because who was giving the orders? Who was making the decisions? I think they're scapegoating these two guys, but hey, sometimes that's what happens, and it like I said, it only took how many years? How long has it been since that has happened for them to hold somebody accountable for this? Somebody needs to be held accountable so that when things happen again, that people can be like, hey, I need to do something, or I might be held accountable for not.
Iran, where voters will select a new president 1 month after Abraham Raisi died in a helicopter crash. There are 4 candidates on the ballot, all of them men qualified to run by Iran's Guardian Council. Some polls suggest voter turnout could be at a record low, below 50%, with voters still reeling from violent crackdown and widespread anti-government protests in 2022. The European Union's agreed to a long-term security agreement with Ukraine to provide military, financial, diplomatic, and humanitarian assistance. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky signed the deal Thursday during a visit to Brussels, where he met with European leaders Charles Michel and Ursula von der Leyen. Zelensky's trip came one day after the European Union formally opened accession talks with Ukraine and Moldova. The process of joining the EU could take years or even decades. Meanwhile, CNN's reporting the Biden administration's preparing to lift a de facto ban on Pentagon contractors deploying to Ukraine that's been in place since Russia's 2022 invasion. The policy shift would bring U.S. military personnel closer to a direct confrontation with Russia while speeding the work of technicians who maintain and repair U.S.-provided weapons, including F-16 fighter jets. And the United States Pacific Fleet played host Thursday as the world's largest maritime war games kicked off in Honolulu, Hawaii. The Rim of the Pacific, or RIMPAC, International Maritime Exercise, brings together 25,000 military personnel from 29 countries, including Australia, Canada, South Korea, Japan, India, Brazil, Chile, Mexico, and 7 European nations. Israel will also be participating. Israel's inclusion has further angered peace activists who say there's a direct connection between Israel's assault on Gaza and the exploitation of Hawaiian lands by U.S. military. Rose Elovitz is with Jewish Voice for Peace, Hawaii.
Palestine is a weapons testing ground for Israeli weapons that are exported throughout the world to buyers like Japan, France, Brazil, Australia, and more, all of whom are active participants in this year's RIMPAC. Like Gaza, Hawaii too is a testing ground for weapons and trainings. The bombs that are tested in the sacred Makua Valley are the same bombs dropped in Gaza. The white phosphorus responsible for choking and burning innocent Palestinians to death is the same white phosphorus discharged in Makua.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy.
Yeah, I think that the way the media covers stories, you tend to think that things are isolated, they're not connected, that, you know, they're like individual occurrences or whatever. But for you to understand what's happening, you have to look at it, you know, from a bigger picture, you know, and try to look at and try to understand how, you know, the world impacts that it has, or the reasons that they do it, you know, like selling arms, you know, testing arms, and, you know, other countries want to buy those arms knowing that they work or whatever. It's like how they make their money, you know, what their real agenda is. Like, there's always more than one thing going on, but everything is interconnected. We live on one planet, you know, one world, and what happens on one side of the world affects what happens on the other side of the world or whatever. Like, it's tough to see the connections because of the way the media covers these stories. But if you dig and, you know, pay attention, you can start making connections. And that's the only way that you can begin to understand what the hell is actually happening. Because if you look at things from an isolated perspective, it's not going to make sense. You got to look at it over time, and you have to look at it over space. Getting tired, but it's a couple of deals I want to get to before we get out of here. Let me see. What do I have in here?
At the International Economic Forum. It's your first time in Russia as a head of state. We are very glad to see you, and I'm certain you're going to make a significant contribution to the work of our forum. I mean, your education, by your education, you majored in economics, so you are well versed in economy and finance. I hope it will be interesting for you to participate in the discussions that are already happening at the forum that will take place tomorrow. As for the bilateral relations between Russia and Bolivia, they are developing based on a strong foundation with regard for mutual interests. The total volume of trade is not that big yet, but there is a good trend for growth. 2.5% was the increase in trade.
So it says 3 weeks ago, Bolivia President Luis Alberto Arce Catacora flew to St. Petersburg, Russia to attend the International Economic Forum. The two countries talked of implementing several projects such as the Nuclear Research and Technical Center. Let's not pretend we don't know who is responsible for today's coup. This is the work of the U.S. CIA. So if you didn't know, it was a coup attempt that happened in Bolivia. It failed. And they captured the guys involved.
But is there anything that we haven't asked today that you could speak about that would help us help you?
Well, thank you, Congressman. It's really just the attention and the focus on this region and show that this region matters. This region is full of resources, and I worry about the malign activity of our adversaries taking advantage of that, looking like they're investing when they're really extracting. We have the lithium triangle in this region. 60% of the world's lithium, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, have this. And it's taking resources away from these countries and from their people that are trying to deliver, these democracies that are trying to deliver for their people.
You said that 60% of the lithium in the world supply of lithium comes from South America. What percentage of that 60% is actually controlled by the PRC?
I don't have the answer to that, but I could try to get that for you from one of our interagency partners.
Would you say it's a significant amount?
It's when you talk to the U.S. ambassadors for Chile and Argentina, and then the companies that are there, the aggressiveness of the PRC and the ground game that they have with the lithium is very advanced and very aggressive.
Yeah, look, I don't think that combating China, combating the PRC in South America, because I do believe that that's our greatest threat. It's just going to take military. It's going to be the military. Although you all do a great job in the partnerships, it's actually an economic. And I believe that for far too long, we have ignored our own backyard and allowed Russia, China, Iran, adversaries to the United States to actually make great footholds into our region.
So yeah, it's the economy, stupid. So whenever you have a general talking about resources of another country, it's like, they're supposed to be fighting wars, protecting, let's quote unquote, democracy or whatever, protecting United States interests. And it's like, what do they actually mean by that when they say those things? And, we're talking about American corporations and their opportunity to exploit these resources in these other countries over another country exploiting those resources, as opposed to the people that actually live there being able to use those resources for, their own good. So whoever's got the biggest guns and biggest tanks, the best air support is going to be the ones that's going to decide on how those resources get used, and which companies or corporations are going to be the ones that's going to go in and extract those resources and use them, for their own profits or whatever. So at the end of the day, that's what it always is. It says, yesterday, Bolivia experienced a failed coup attempt allegedly supported by the CIA. Why does Washington assert such dominance globally? It is plausible that the U.S. seeks to monopolize lithium extraction in Argentina, Bolivia, and Chile. So yeah, again, the corporations, the military. The corporations use the military as their, I don't know what you want to say, the bullies. They're the ones who allow them to do what they want to do. But see, the way the U.S. looks at it, it's like our economy, it's our way of life, if you will. if corporations that are based in the United States are doing well, then that means that, you know, the American people are doing well or whatever. But that's not necessarily true, you know, overall, because these corporations are multinational corporations. They don't have any real loyalty to their home country or whatever. They don't have any real patriotism or, you know, they don't really care. It's all about the market, you know, and whichever way, if they could move to another country and operate there as their home base, and that benefits them in some kind of way, then they will. We know that they export their what am I trying to say? Like their workers, they don't mind closing a plant in the United States and firing all the workers and then opening one in Mexico or whatever, so that they can pay the people less and make more profit. So they don't care about the American people. There's no real loyalty there. So it's this patriotism deal that the American people are on. They're like, buy American or whatever, you know, support American companies or whatever. Meanwhile, those same companies don't support Americans. It's a game that is being played. So yeah, whenever a country doesn't want to play ball as far as allow the American companies to come in and extract the resources, then all of a sudden there's a coup. So a lot of times people say, you know, these countries, they just can't seem to get their stuff together or whatever. They have bad leadership or whatever. So, but whenever a country is trying to keep their resources for their people, then that's when they, you know, the leaders get replaced. So if the leaders want to stay in power, you know, then they have to play ball, you know, with the Americans. And if they don't, then they're gonna either be under sanctions or they're gonna be owing the World Bank lots and lots of money, austerity measures, choosing how they can spend their money. Like you can't spend any money on education or infrastructure or anything that benefits your people because you owe us and you have to pay us, you know, every quarter or whatever. And it's under threat of military, because if you don't pay, then we're coming in to just blow your shit to the shit. You know, and that's the connection. I wanted to talk about Kenya and the connection of Kenya, them owing, I want to say it's the World Bank. It's always the same players. And then with them going into Haiti. So it's like, they don't want to, the United States doesn't want to look like they're going into Haiti. So they using proxy to do the work for them. And Kenya they owe all this money. There's riots happening in Kenya. They stormed the capital in Kenya. People were killed, and the leadership had to change. They came out with a new law, and the people wasn't feeling it, and so he had to change that. So like, what I'm trying to say is, you have these connections globally that explain things, but you can't understand them if you don't look at the different places. This is not really related, but let's play this anyways.
What don't you understand? Are we missiles near the borders of the United States? No. It's the United States with their missiles coming to our home. They're literally on our doorstep. Is this really too much to ask? No more strike systems on our doorstep. What's so unusual about that? How would American people feel if we put our missiles on the Canada-US border, for example? Or if we put our missiles on the Mexico-US border? As though Mexico and the US never had any territorial issues. California used to belong to whom? And Texas? Have you forgotten? All right, it's quiet now. Nobody brings it up.
So he's making the
What don't you
argument
understand?
for the, you know, the situation in Ukraine. So having to do with the expansion of NATO and bases, military bases being right off the border, you know, of Russia, being able to strike at Moscow or whatever in a short amount of time or whatever. And, you know, and also arguments related to past parts of Russia and, you know, how United States past parts of Mexico and stuff like that. So it's like, you know, they say Israel has a right to defend itself. I mean, they don't say Russia has a right to defend
Is there
itself.
anything that we haven't asked today that you might, that
You know, I guess certain people have a right to defend themselves and others do not. Okay, here's the Kenya thing. Is this going to explain it?
We cannot continue to be ruled like this, being ruled by sick people, by mad people, by liars and thieves and criminals. These are the people who are in power in Kenya, in Africa. That is the situation we are living in. That is kind of life we are living in. That's why people are dying and nobody cares. Poor people are suffering, nobody cares. So I don't know what's the role of the government. I don't know. I want to know today, what's the role of the government? To protect the people or to kill the people or to make the people suffer? I think we have failed our people. The government has failed. Everybody has failed. We have also failed ourselves. I don't know. My concerns will not allow me to keep silent. And at any time, at any moment. I don't know whether this is going to come up anywhere, but we must have this debate. We must have this conversation. We cannot continue living in fear. I see a lot of fear in this country. A lot of fear in the courts. Just yesterday, we saw a magistrate who was shot by a police officer. I want to speak, my dear friends. I want to speak because when you try to tell me to keep silent, my heart is burning. You know, it's burning because of this country. Because for 60 years, we have been living like we are not human beings, like we are half human beings. We are considered like children of a lesser God. Now, this cannot continue. It cannot continue in any way. We are ruled by a minority that does not care for the interests of the majority. Politicians are liars and thieves.
Yeah. And a lot of them are beholden to, you know, other countries. And that's the reason why they don't look out for their people. I mean, like, people want to say it's corruption all the time, but sometimes it is. Sometimes it's simply that. But a lot of times there's other factors. It says, American Hub, it says, we cannot continue to be ruled like this by sick people, by mad people, liars and thieves and criminals. These are the people who are in power in Kenya. Julius from Kenya. I want to explain the Kenya thing, but I might have to come back to it because I'm going to have to look for it, and I don't know where it is. Julian Assange is free. Finally, he pled guilty to one felony count, and they gave him time served. So he's back home in Australia after it's been like 12 years or something like that. So this quote, it says, it's hard to imagine why they locked him up. So this is a quote from Julian Assange. It says, forget Russia. The real threat to America comes from Israel and the Israel lobby. So AIPAC, what's his name? Jamal Bowman lost his election. And he lost his election because AIPAC poured money into ads, you know, to make him look bad. And that's the reason why, you know, his opponent won. And what's crazy about that, another part about that that's crazy, is a lot of the money came from the Republican side. So you had this is a Democratic race. Both of the people running were Democrats, but you had a more conservative Democrat. And they just wanted Bowman out of there. They didn't care who the other person was, but they did want to make sure that it was somebody that was friendly to Israel. So that's what they got. And so, but like I said, some of the money, there was money coming from the Republicans. And it's crazy how that is with our situation where you got, you know, Republicans putting money into Democratic races. I mean, the Democrats do it too. It happens on both sides, but that's a crazy situation where, you know, it's like the person you want to run against somebody who you can beat. So you put money behind, to make the person that you are most afraid of going up against to lose. Stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I'm losing my train of thought here. We're gonna come back to it. Let's do this one. So this is Robert Wright breaking down the situation with the Supreme Court and the Chevron deference. It says, here's why the Supreme Court striking down the Chevron deference is such a big deal.
Right. The Supreme Court seems to have no problem regulating women's bodies. But when it comes to regulating big business, they may be ready to end 40 years of established law. Let me explain. The court is hearing a pair of cases that could upend federal regulations designed to protect us. At risk is the Biden administration's entire climate agenda, the power of the government to approve and regulate drugs, and even the safety and quality of the food we eat, the water we drink, and the air we breathe. And big corporations are salivating for a ruling that goes their way. So what's putting all of this at risk? It's a challenge to something known as the Chevron doctrine, a legal precedent established by the Supreme Court's ruling in the 1984 case, Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Council. That case held that whenever any regulation in a law is unclear, it should be up to the federal agencies, not the courts, to interpret and implement it. This makes sense because unlike courts, federal agencies are staffed with scientists, researchers, and engineers, actual experts in the fields they are regulating. But now a pair of Supreme Court cases challenging the doctrine could shift this power to the courts, stripping federal agencies of this key role of interpreting and implementing our nation's laws. If non-expert courts become the sole interpreters of the nation's laws, a single activist judge, carefully selected by plaintiffs, could invalidate all the regulations of a federal agency charged with protecting the public. No wonder the big banks, fossil fuel companies, and pharmaceutical giants who hate the power of federal agencies to limit their profits have been trying for years to end the Chevron doctrine. And this time, they think they have the votes on the Supreme Court to do it. If agencies are stripped of their power to regulate, the big losers will be the American public. We need real experts tackling today's complicated problems, not judges who think they know better. We need to see this for what it is, a power grab by corporate interests, allowing them to shop for judges who will strip federal agencies of their power to protect the public.
So yeah, and it happened. The Supreme Court, they overturned that previous Supreme Court ruling, and so now it takes the teeth out of these agencies like the FDA, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Department of Agriculture, when they're trying to protect consumers, they're trying to protect citizens from practices that can be harmful, and deceitful. So now if they have a problem, then it's going to go to a court, and they're going to, like he said, they're going to cherry pick their judge and going to get rulings that are in favor. It's easier for them because, see, the corporation has a hard time going up against those federal agencies. But, one judge, they can be swayed, give them some benefits, give them some kind of vacation or money or something, to make sure that they rule in their favor. They have a lot of money, and that's what it's all about. They're going to make more money by being regulated less. So that's the result of this. I don't know. People probably don't really understand it, but the whenever the big stuff happens, it's always like this, and people don't really understand it. And and then later on, they got lead in their ice cream or something, and they don't understand how it got to that point. comments. It says SCOTUS taking away American freedoms one session at a time. Another one says, over the past 18 months, you have noticed that SCOTUS has switched from interpreting laws based on solid precedents to creating more laws that has the Republican Congress. Sadly, this court is morphed into traitor Donald Trump's mouthpiece. I hate it when they try to be clever like this. Like, man, just say what the hell you're trying to say. Like, it's not clever. But yeah, so yeah, what his comment is valid though, because usually they go by precedent. Like, that's how things work. You know, what the tradition is to go by precedent. But this makeup of the Supreme Court has been not doing that. You know, they're not going by precedent. So they're flying by the seat of their pants and making rulings that overturn precedent, which is not normal. Even rulings that were, you know, came from earlier Supreme Courts, you know, that's not normal. Another comment says, it's straight up win for freedom, something libs hate. Win for freedom. And when they say freedom in this scenario, what are you saying? Are you saying freedom to screw over people? You know, freedom to lie, freedom to put lead in the ice cream, you know? They love to use that shit. Freedom. Freedom to be in traffic. Freedom to get shot at the grocery store by some crazy person. Another comment says, the problem is, Bob, that the three-letter federal agencies haven't been protecting the public, whether it's FTC, CDC, NIH, EPA, CIA, FBI, NSA, or any other. They're already captured by the corporations they're supposed to regulate. The administrative state is a blob. I mean, you can make that argument. You can. But this decision does not help. This makes it worse without a doubt. Okay? You don't really understand what's happening if you feel like they're not protecting the public. Okay, you know, I can roll with you a little bit on that. But limiting what they can do is not going to lead to them actually protecting the public. It's taking the power out of their hands. Do you think that the corporations are going to protect the public? So you want to leave it up to the free market? They're just going to do what's in the best interest of all of us, right? The corporations. Like, that doesn't come to any logical conclusion. That's not a logical way of thinking. Another comment says, perhaps the SCOTUS needs to get out of their comfy offices, spend a day sitting and doing their job in the West Virginia coal mine, on the roof of a skyscraper in LA, sip tap water in Flint, Michigan, and buy a manure lagoon from a factory from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Just a thought. Yeah, well, these people aren't going to do that. They only work like, 4 months out of the year. They're rich, you know. They don't even have an idea what life is like for a regular person. This one, it says, it's not law. Only legislature can make laws. Well, that's true. What we're talking about here is, because when nobody was saying that in the video, that was kind of throwing me off. It's regulations are what we're talking about here, where the federal agency makes recommendations that lead to regulations, you know. So yeah, he's right. It's not laws. you don't want you want the people who are specialists, the people who really know, to be the ones. Like when they talk about EPA or whatever. And we was in a show previously, and Deuce was talking about like an ant that was on his truck, and when he went into California, they was freaking out about this ant that was on his truck, and he was like, "What the hell, like that's stupid or whatever." But from the perspective of a person that doesn't understand the ecological damage that an animal or insect that is foreign to an environment can do to the ecosystem of that environment, they're not going to understand, and they're going to say that it's stupid. So it's going to be like that with a judge that doesn't understand the stuff, and he's going to say that's stupid, and it's going to kick it out. And then you're going to have a situation where you have invasive species in a place where they shouldn't be, wreaking havoc on the environment in that area. It could cause a collapse in the food chain in that area. The results can be stuff that we can't even predict, because as time goes on, it could lead to all the plants dying or something like that. All the trees dying or something like that. And then at that point, you're going to be like, "Oh, we don't have any wood or whatever. We don't have any grass." And it's like, what's causing that? You're going to probably blame the president because you don't know anything. "Oh, it was the president's policies. He led to our grass dying." No, it was that ant that rode up under your truck. And the EPA was trying to tell you that, but you wouldn't listen because you don't understand and you think it's stupid. I don't know where the clip is. That I'm looking for. So I'm just going to move on and go through these ones that I know I wanted to do before I get out of here. So it says Supreme Court says prosecutors improperly charge hundreds of January 6 rioters. Federal prosecutors improperly charged hundreds of January 6 defendants with obstruction, the Supreme Court ruled on Friday, upending many cases against rioters who disrupted the certification of the 2020 presidential election. After the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol, federal prosecutors charged more than 350 participants in the pro-Trump mob with obstruction or impeding an official proceeding. The charge carries a 20-year maximum penalty and is part of a law enacted after the exposure of massive fraud and shredding of documents during the collapse of the energy giant Enron. So yeah, I remember Enron. That shit was terrible, but I don't think anybody ever got held accountable for that either. Like one guy killed himself, another guy, he died some other kind of way. I don't know. I think one person may have went to jail in that situation. But if they change the laws as a result of that, that's a good thing to hopefully keep to the point where you don't have that kind of situation. But the connection between Enron and January 6th is sounds like a stretch to me, but official proceedings, they were trying to disrupt these official proceedings. So, but then you got the SCOTUS again, not following precedent and, overturning some stuff. So apparently it's probably going to be a lot of people going to get let out of jail as a result of this. So it's making the whole thing very political, which really sucks because what's legal and not shouldn't be political at all. So, that's going to set a precedent. So then, somebody wants to disrupt the official proceedings of whatever, and then they can do it and not be held accountable for it. Or what? They're going to, interpret the law differently the next time it happens, depending on the political alignment at that time. Scary times, bro. Comment, it says the Supreme Court is now an arm of the Trump party. We're effed. Another comment, it says, I remember when politically motivated violence was called terrorism. Another comment, it says Republicans are making their crimes legal. Another comment, this is what happens when a reality TV shows picks Supreme Court justices. Another comment, it says this court is not ethical, nor is it supreme. Their opinions are compromised and should not be implemented. I think their opinions are compromised. And I think that the legitimacy of the Supreme Court is at stake. And if people don't believe in the Supreme Court of the land, then they're no longer going to respect any laws across the land. People are going to do whatever they want to do. You need to find a way to preserve order. And to do that, you have to have a blind justice system. You have to have the scales have to be balanced, right? You have to have some kind of fairness that people see as fairness. And the Supreme Court is supposed to be the one that balances that out. If people feel like something was done that wasn't fair, that wasn't constitutional, they should have the confidence that out of all of the courts, that the Supreme Court would stand by them and stand for justice or whatever. Whenever they did the desegregation of the schools and stuff like that, that came from the Supreme Court. Even during a time where you had, ultra conservatives running everything. But then the Supreme Court was like, it's not. They said it should be separate and equal. They said it's not equal. Separate is not equal. Separate is inherently not equal. So it forced them to do that. So it's like a lot of that stuff went the Civil Rights era, the Voting Rights Acts, all of this stuff. The Supreme Court was who upheld that stuff. And even during a time where ultra conservatives were running everything. So now things are flipping, and I can see stuff like the Voting Rights Act. What is the one? Goodness gracious, why can't I think of it? The one with letting people go to school, whatever, like the diversity, equity, inclusion stuff. The whole thing. Reason why Clarence Thomas was able to become a Supreme Court justice, like how he even got into Harvard and all of this, and it's like I could see the present Supreme Court undoing all of that stuff. That's the road we're going down. We're going backwards. So, and you're just going to have a situation where it's going to be like Mad Max because nobody respects the law. If they don't respect the Supreme Court and don't feel like it's just, then they're not going to respect any laws. They're not going to respect any authority, any jurisdictions. Not going to respect any courts. Another comment that says, so does that mean it's legal to storm the Supreme Court and threaten the judges? I don't know, apparently. Another comment that says, we're witnessing a slow-moving coup. Y'all better vote like your lives depend on it, because they do. We're in danger. Another comment that says, we're watching the unraveling of the American democracy brick by brick. I guess it was inevitable. And I guess maybe there's not much you can do. You can prolong the inevitable, but eventually the inevitable happens. Another comment says, it's crazy that despite all DT's flaws, America is more worried about Biden's mobility. It proves how superficial America is. Looking the part matters more to many as opposed to judgment, discernment, and policy. Biden is old. We all know that. He won't have vigorous debate performances, but I'll take Yoda over Darth Vader all day. Man, I don't know. Comparing Biden to Yoda is a stretch. I mean, Yoda was old in the Star Wars, so I guess the age part matches, but that's about where it ends. Another comment, it says, even if Biden is on life support, still going to vote for him. Another comment says, remember that President Biden said the next president has 2 nominees for Supreme Court. The highly conservative Supreme Court today is out of Americans' control. Imagine what would happen if Trump finds a chance to appoint 2 other conservatives. So yes, the American democracy is in peril. You know, and I mentioned it before in a previous show, like, if nothing else can motivate you to go want to vote, like this, you know, appointing Supreme Court justices should be the thing to get you off your butt and into the, you know, to the polls, you know. Dang, imagine, what was it, 3? He's already put 3 in there. Give him 2 more, that'd be 5. And that's a lifelong appointment. It probably won't change till our grandkids' lifetimes. Another comment says, well, America, you had a good run. Another comment, it says, the Supreme Court also improperly ignored environmental crimes with Shell Oil's offspring, Amy Coney Barrett, not recusing herself from hearing climate cases against Shell. Another comment, yikes, the Supreme Court are working for the mob and they're not even hiding the corruption. Another comment, elections have consequences. If Trump gets in, goodbye, America. It says, in a ruling that will have massive implications for the power of federal agencies, the conservative majority on the Supreme Court just overruled the Chevron rule, the 1984 precedent that called for judges to give deference to federal agencies' interpretation of laws they administer. This is a big win for conservatives and business. This corrupt court just ruled the unelected judges are qualified to tell federal agencies how to do their jobs. That means agencies like the EPA will have to defer to MAGA judges when trying to do their job. We urgently need to restore balance to the court. Comment, it says, I'll vote for Biden even if he's on a respirator. We're so screwed if Trump gets to appoint more federal and Supreme Court justices. Another one, this is a rogue Supreme Court that does not represent us. Things have to change. Another one, this is a coup in slow motion. Wake up. It says, this comes in the same week as they've cleared the way for gratuities for past rulings or favors. Another one, even without Dumpty being in office, they're destroying our country with an impact on the entire planet. Another comment, expand the court after President Biden is reelected and we deem majority in both houses. Another one, this is a Citizens United level case that will worsen our country in compounding ways over the next decades if the country survives that long. Another one, supremely corrupt court. If the ruling on Monday delayed for months, giving Trump a win regardless, gives president immunity, Biden take out Trump and those 6 justices. How are you going to do that? I mean, the only recourse is to expand the number of justices. But the conservatives, the Republicans are going to scream foul. You're going to have you'd have to have majority in both houses, I think, to be able to pull that off. And then even then, it's still going to be really tough because the number of justices haven't changed in a really long time. I don't think they should have a lifetime. That's what they should change. They should change the lifetime appointment. Screw that. Screw that. They're in there forever till they die. Like, ugh. Change that. Put a limit on the amount of time they could be in there. Too much power. Power corrupts. It says, of course, isn't there a case, Ohio versus EPA, that has something to do with smog? I can't remember the details, unfortunately. I'm not surprised. What the F up time to be alive. Another comment. Amazing how this grotesquely uneducated Republican cult who confuses bullying with leadership and who thinks they're immune loves all their deregulations on capitalism until it comes to their doors with inflation and price gouging. But wait, there's more. Wait until they're all rounded up in Trump's concentration camps he so eagerly wants to build, and who will they blame? Another one says, vote, expand the court. Another one that says, we're effed. We're just fodder for corporations. We're chattel. At this point, another one that says, the court is dismantling our democracy. It'll turn us all into slaves. We've already done it. John F. Kennedy was trying to tell us that. That's probably why they offed him. It says the Supreme Court says cities can punish people for sleeping in public places. Look at this. Supreme Court says cities can punish people for sleeping in public places. So, like, these people that are homeless, then where are they supposed to sleep? So you are criminalizing homelessness is what you're doing. It's illegal to be homeless. So make sure you pay those bills. Make sure you keep that job. Make sure you don't get sick. You know, make sure you have friends and family to go to. Otherwise, and then it's perfect for the private prisons because, you know, these private prisons making so much money, you know, and so I guess that's what their plan is to do, you know. They're trying to get all those marijuana cases, those low drug cases, you know, they're trying to reschedule marijuana and all of this. So, you know, a large amount of people that are in prison is for nonviolent crimes, petty drug charges and stuff like that. So they have to let all those people go. Then the private prisons are like, bruh, we need somebody to fill those slots. We got to keep on making this bread. So like, okay, we got something for y'all. We just lock up all of the homeless people. You know, yeah. Help them out. At least they'll have a roof over their head. At least they'll be giving something back to society. NPR Politics. In its biggest decision on homelessness in decades, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that cities can ban people from sleeping and camping in public places. The justices in a 6-3 decision overturned lower court rulings that deemed it cruel and unusual to punish people for sleeping outside if they had nowhere else to go. So it's like they don't have anywhere else to go and you punish them. So like helping them find somewhere to go is not a thing. And I can understand that, but then you don't, you know, it's like you don't want them to exist. It's like, you know, I'm not surprised that it came to the 6-3 on that one. I can pretty much guess who was the 6 and who were the 3. Comment, it says, so if being homeless is a crime, surely the government would be required to supply housing, right? I guess you would think. I mean, like, but people are going to say, you know, government supplying housing is not a thing. So, but you're criminalizing homelessness. So I guess what they're saying is all of those people that are homeless are choosing to be homeless. So it's their choice. So it's a crime. So lock them up. Another comment says, ideal for the private prison system's owner friends. Another one, it's so weird knowing that the highest court in the land is by majority firmly against human rights and human dignity. Another one, bribery is okay. Women bodies can be regulated by the state. Corporations are people. Homelessness is a crime. The SCOTUS is out of touch and a rogue entity. It needs reform. Yep. And they're talking about women's body regulated by the state. You already know what's coming next. A nationwide ban of abortion is coming. Another comment says, can we abort the Supreme Court? Another comment says, I'm not sure I understand his logic. What is their solution to homelessness? They don't have a solution. They're not looking for a solution. They don't care about a solution. How can we profit off of homeless people? That's it. Locking them up. Make some money. Another comment says, criminalizing sleeping over bump stocks is wild and insane. Another comment says, Jesus Christ, half of all real estate is owned by corporations, but the Supreme Court has a problem with people who can't afford to live anywhere. How is that fair? How do we have money to build new football stadiums, but not enough money to build affordable effing housing? You know, what I always say is the reason why we wouldn't even have in this country, we shouldn't have any homeless people at all, regardless of the situation. We shouldn't. So, but we do, because it's a message to all the rest of us to keep your head down, you know, eat your boss's crap, follow the rules, don't get out of line, or otherwise your ass gonna be out there suffering. Because it could happen to any of us. Maybe not any of us that's living check to check, any of us that's in the middle class, any of us that don't really have family, who out here on our own. We make, you know, it could be a unfortunate series of events. You make a couple of bad decisions and boom, your ass is out there. And getting up from falling, the further you fall, is very difficult. The systems that are in place make it very difficult for you to get up. Just to get out of poverty is a hard thing to do. If your ass falls all the way to homelessness, getting out of that is damn near impossible. Very, very, very difficult. Another comment says, friendly reminder, we are all a cancer diagnosis away from sleeping on the street. Another comment, reminder, homelessness can happen to anyone. Another comment, empathy should be a basic requirement for people in positions of power. It's the opposite of that is true. Another comment, yet we call ourselves a Christian nation. This is only to fill up prisons for cheap labor. You know, what would Jesus do? Would Jesus lock up homeless people? Just because they're homeless? Another comment, how about punish the people who are making people sleep in public places? No, that's way too much. Way too much like right. It's just the clip I was looking for.
Me live now from Nairobi. Yusra, when we spoke a few days ago, it was all about the president, you know, doubling down, sending the military onto the streets, saying that he was going to deploy the troops to help the police. He has backed down now from that finance bill, but it doesn't feel like it's making any kind of difference.
Absolutely. I mean, they see this bill
as a symptom of a bigger issue. And the protesters we spoke to today said that this isn't about a bill, this is about bad governance. I think the young people that are taking to the streets are incredibly aware, they're incredibly engaged, and they feel like the government is flagrantly overspending, is showing off their excess. The MPs in Kenya are some of the highest paid in the world, and yet telling them to start their lives off on the back foot with facing these taxes, with dealing with the unemployment that President Ruto himself said during his election campaign 2 years ago that he would actively work to tackle. I mean, today the scenes were pretty crazy. I mean, it was this constant face-off between protesters and the police. They would disperse them, they'd use the stun grenades, they'd pluck men out of the crowd, put them in the back of the truck, and they would go into the darkness of the apparatus like many other young men and activists over the last week. But it was just crazy to see them continue to go back, to gather, to face off with them with such courage and such persistence. And I think that is what President Ruto is up against. He's up against a generation that won't be cowed by concessions and won't step down lightly.
Yeah, and Yusra, the other point is that President Ruto has bowed down mostly because of international pressure on him from the UN, from the international community. I mean, where does this leave his standing in general?
I think it's clear that he's hyper aware of how he's being perceived, and Kenya's position as the strongest economy in East Africa, as a key defense partner for Western countries. I mean, the day that Parliament was raided by protesters, the US announced that they were designating Kenya as a major non-NATO ally. And then these scenes kind of play out in a way that is obviously quite distressing, but also sounds alarm bells. President Ruto actually got a call from US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken yesterday, and he thanked him, the State Department said, for taking steps to reduce tensions and pledging to engage in dialogue. He also underscored the importance of security forces demonstrating restraint. And I think that's what we've been seeing, is the riot police have clearly kind of stopped firing live rounds into the crowds, but there's still tension, and we'll have to see how things go.
Okay, Yusra, thank you so much for all of your reporting throughout the day. And of course, we will be following all the developments there in Kenya. Yusra joins me live now from Nairobi. Yusra, when we spoke a few days ago, it was all about the president.
So it says the protesters said this isn't about the bill, this is about bad governance. Yusra El-Bagir reports live from Kenya. Yeah, this has a lot going on here. It says police have fired tear gas at dozens of protesters in Kenya's capital and blocked off roads to the presidential palace as crowds took to the streets again today. Some comments. It says finance bill is now history. What the protest is about is bad governance, high corruption, wastage of resources, and president doesn't follow constitution. Another comment says not only 22 killed, they're hiding almost 300 plus. Another comment, it's not about finance bill. Now we don't want that president. Another comment says they are killing us. Another comment says he backed out because of the pressure from the brave Kenyan people and not the international community or whatever. Another comment says, what do you mean police stopped firing live ammunition? Today they killed even children and shot journalists at close range. People are dying and the reporter is lying. Like Ruto. Another one, the problem is Jingili and Kinyonyo. Another one, I thought they wanted the whites out. Yeah, so trying to get this wrapped up. I'm looking for it, but I don't see what I'm looking for. But yeah, they stormed the Capitol, right? They stormed the Capitol building, and the president undid the tax deal. But what's really leading to this is it the IMF? Hold on. Okay, let's look at this clip right here. This might get to the crux. Let's see. $10 years ago. Let's do this, and then we'll do that one.
International Monetary Fund and the World Bank are warning Kenya to keep a very tight lid on its debt load if it is to remain on a steady trajectory of rising economic. Large infrastructure projects is taken into account. Now, the country's debt to GDP ratio was north of 50% of GDP by the end of 2013, against a government target of 45%. The two lenders propose that Kenya's government finds new ways of funding its infrastructure investments. They recommend that Kenya should explore innovative alternative funding mechanisms, including public-private partnerships, and assess how any new programs and projects will be incorporated into the government's medium-term spending plans.
Do y'all understand? Hold on, let me take it back a little bit.
Lid on its debt load if it is
said
a very tight lid on its debt load if it is to remain.
The IMF, the World Bank said
International Monetary Fund and the World Bank are warning Kenya to keep a very tight lid on its debt load if it is to remain on a steady trajectory of rising economic growth.
So the IMF and the World Bank said they need to keep a lid on their debt load. So what happens is you take loans from them, and then you have to pay these loans back, and with interest. And on top of that, they tell you how to spend that money, and they even will tell you how to spend your own money or whatever other money that you have. So, and what it always comes down to is, you know, you can't spend money on infrastructure. You can't spend money on education. You know, that doesn't make them, you're not getting to the point where you can make their money back for them. They're pimping you, basically. You know what I mean? And get out there and make our money, you know. This is what happens. So fast forward to today, you have a tax that the guy was trying to implement, and the people are not feeling it. And the reason why I'm sure this dude was doing what he was doing was to pay back these IMF World Bank folks. Do you understand? So this is the playbook that happens in countries all over the world. Wherever the IMF or the World Bank gets involved in, that's what it is. And that's why the guy from goodness gracious, what is this dude's name? I want to say the Burkina Faso. Was it Burkina Faso? We had so many coups over the last year. I can't even remember. In Africa. And what is it? They were kicking France out. Anyways, I can't think of what country it is. But the guy, the coup leader, the guy who became the leader of the country, he's a military guy. And he was like, no, we're not taking no freaking money from these folks. Like, we're going to find a way to fund whatever we're trying to do on our own, because if we let these, if we take this money from these people, then they're going to come in and they're going to take over the country again. And he's absolutely right. That's exactly what they do. So if they can't beat you militarily, then they beat you monetarily. They put you in debt.
IMF is literally running Kenya to the ground. Why do I say this?
Boom. I haven't even seen this. I was just searching.
IMF is literally running Kenya to the ground. Why do I say this? This is because when IMF gives you money, it comes with extreme conditionalities. And that's exactly where Kenya is. It's at a place where it needs the money from the IMF and all the international lending facilities to be able to cover some of the deficits in its budget and fund its development agenda. But the money comes with steep conditionalities. And the thing about the IMF is if you want their money, you have to do as they say, even before they give you the money, because they need the guarantee that they'll get their money. The catch is Their friends at the World Bank, their same Western friends, Western power, are warning the Kenyan government and saying, implementing all these taxes on your people is going to ruin your country because you're going to reduce the purchasing power. Businesses are going to suffer. Businesses are going to stop employing people. People are going to lose jobs. And what happens? You're going to dig your country in a deeper hole than the IMF found you. So who's telling the truth and who's lying to Kenya? Because at the end of the day, the well-being of these people is on the line. Hello there, how are you doing? Welcome to another episode of our conversations. My name is Indira Oganga. I am a business journalist by profession and a digital content creator. I love coming on here, having conversations with you guys about Black people, Africans, our empowerment, and how we can rise up and take our rightful place at the global stage. Connect with me on social media at Indira Oganga on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And you can also connect with me on YouTube at Indira Oganga, where I document stories of the diaspora community relocating back to the African continent in order to reconnect with the motherland. Now, ever since President William Ruto of Kenya took office, a lot has been happening in that country. He's always made it very public that they inherited a dilapidated government, a government that did not have resources, a government that did not have funding. It's also public knowledge that the COVID-19 pandemic did more damage on the African continent, just in terms of lives and livelihoods. People lost their jobs, people lost their businesses. The pandemic wiped out a huge percentage of the African GDP that can never be quantified. As a journalist, I was at the forefront covering the pandemic, and I saw how businesses were shutting down, the time that businesses spent shutting down. For those of you that do not know Kenya, Kenya is a country that heavily relies on service industry, that's tourism, and also we have a port. And during COVID-19, where there was a lockdown, goods were not moving, services were not being traded because everybody was quarantined. And so the kind of impact that it had on that economy, nobody knows, and I don't think anybody will ever be able to quantify that kind of damage. When President William Ruto came into office, he began borrowing aggressively. And unfortunately, he was borrowing from the wrong people, but they're the only available people, the IMF. Now, the IMF likes Kenya for some weird reason. I don't know.
Because they know they can run it. But the greatest transfer of wealth in human history happened. You know, only the big corporations can weather storms like that. All of the small businesses got squoze out, smashed, you know. Everywhere that they implemented those really strict lockdowns, it led to small businesses going out of business.
Why? And Kenya and Ghana went to the IMF almost at the same time, but Kenya got its money way before even Ghana got its money. But you need to know that IMF's money is not free money. You'll pay it back. But then again, despite the fact that you're going to pay it back, it comes with stringent and strict conditions. Conditions that harm your people, conditions that hurt your people, because the IMF wants guarantees that it will get its money back. And the first thing it will tell you is taxes. Add taxes on fuel, add taxes on food, add taxes on essential goods, add taxes on the sin industry, alcohol, cigarettes, add taxes on digital transactions, add taxes on businesses, add taxes where you can add taxes. We want assurances that we will get our money back. Now, what we need to understand is that these Harvard-educated economists do not know how the African continent works. Here, taxes, you cannot tax your way, particularly in Africa, out of the situations that we're in, because already as is, Africans are heavily taxed. And why do I say that? Because the systems do not work in their favor. They are taxed, almost 30% of our salaries go into taxes. But with the exception of maybe Rwanda, very few, and maybe North Africa, very few African countries can say that their taxes work for them. Because one, healthcare, even if you're taxed, you still have to use private healthcare because public healthcare is not good. Education, private education. Housing is very expensive. So you almost have to create a parallel ecosystem for yourself, which you pay for with money. And so the trickle-down effect of taxing us is not working, because you look at Europe and other Scandinavian countries. Yes, you tax them, which is a good thing, because I mean, taxes go all around in developing the economy. And then that money is invested in actually doing proper developmental work so they don't feel the pinch and they can have some disposable income left. And if you want to tax, you're going to go back in there because they have some disposable income left. In Africa, it doesn't work like that. People do not have disposable income left because whatever money they have on them after being taxed is used to create a parallel ecosystem to provide the same services that the government should have provided. That is not the fault of the IMF. That's just incompetence of African governments, right? But as an economist, if you know this is how this market works, then you should use different methods, you know. But no, the IMF is like, you tax them, we want our money. And that just goes to say a lot about the IMF. They really do not care. They really do not care about the people that they give the money to. It's a cutthroat business for them. And the other thing that's very important to note is African leaders have been talking about this. They've been saying, we need to restructure the way we think about funding. We need to restructure the way we think about debt. Dr. Arikana Chihombori has spoken about this before and said, the interest rates that are slapped on Africans when they go to borrow money from these Bretton Woods institutions, it's lugubrious. It's lugubrious. The people that need the money, you give them the money at such high rates, and then the people that do not need the money, you give them the money almost for free. And I understand as a business journalist, it's also very objective to know that risk plays a huge factor in lending your money, but these people, they have alternative ways where they have alternative things that they can use as collateral for the loans. Either way, they're not going anywhere, you know, and you can change the rules. You can literally change the rules. You can say, we expect government to cut down on expenditure by X% instead of saying introduce taxes. And now the price of fuel is so high, the price of food is so high, the cost of living in Kenya is astronomical. And IMF is saying, add more taxes. If you want money from us, add more taxes.
After they're already spending a bunch on food and just living. Like, does this not sound familiar? Like, this is a regular playbook. And like I was saying earlier, like, to understand things, you got to look at them in a global perspective to understand what's going on. And like making a deal with the IMF and the World Bank is like making a deal with the devil. Like, you're going to lose out of that deal. They're not planning on losing. They're not going to lose. You're going to lose. Don't take the money. So this video was 8 months ago, okay? The video that I played before that was 10 years ago, okay? And so we started this conversation out on the situation that's happening in Kenya right now, where they stormed the Capitol as a result of these taxes. And I wanted to get people to understand, you know, the history and how we get to this point. So, you know, that's the reason why that they implemented these taxes, and people are wilding out. They already don't have money. So then they're going to add more taxes. So it's like, why the hell would they do that? Well, they made deals with the damn devil and they got to pay. Let me see. Which one of these?
Ahead of Tuesday's protests against the Finance Bill 2024, Generation Z participants have proven to be organized and focused, utilizing technology and skills. From cleverly crafted posters to songs and local, dialect translations on the bill, they aim to reach more people while targeting the president and his deputy over their expenditure. They highlight unnecessary opulence at a time when the taxation regime is affecting ordinary Kenyans. Ken Gashuhi has filed this report.
Ahead of the third reading of the controversial Finance Bill 2024 and the anticipated protests, Generation Z's protests have departed from the violent traditions. They are peaceful, organized and involve fact checkers, communication experts, data analysts and artists. And to reach more people, some have volunteered to translate sections of the bill into the local dialect.
Finance bill ino yahitũkithio ndĩrenda ũthiĩ wethe na iria ciothe wateire ko wĩna mwana tondũ pampa ciritire gũrĩkaga nĩ ũndũ wa igoti.
Gharama ya maisha iyajoka.
So, but wait, that is not being all the way honest, because it's not peaceful. It says at least 10 people have been killed after anti-tax protesters stormed Kenya's parliament in Nairobi. Part of the parliament building was set on fire as politicians were inside debating a controversial tax bill. A paramedic told Reuters news agency that protesters had been shot dead. MPs were said to be sheltering in the parliament building. It sounds similar to January 6th. See, look, they're inside.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm here to address you. You must go. Ruto must go.
Kenyan TV showed images of smoke billowing from a part of the building while gunshots could be heard. The protests first broke out last week against proposed tax increases and have been mainly youth-led.
Government treat us like foreigners in this place. We are rejecting every single bill in that finance. We are rejecting it, every clause. We are not asking for any amendment. We are asking for them to reject it. The MPs have failed us. We are going to take power with our own hands, and we are not afraid.
So it's like you can only squeeze people so much. Like, I don't understand how they can't see what eventually will happen when you squeeze people to the point where they freaking, they just done had it enough. Like, they're willing to die, and that's what happens. So the guy, he overturned the tax bill that they had passed, but now they want him gone. Like, just overturning the tax thing is not good enough. It's like, nah, bro, you got to go. Like, we don't want you in there no more at all. So it's kind of sounds like Haiti. So let's go to that. So because there's a connection between this and Haiti, because Kenya is the countries that military or security forces or whatever is supposed to go into Haiti and bring back order in Haiti. And we go in full circle in this because why do you think Kenya is the country that was chosen to do this job? Let's see.
Gary Connie, who is bearing the Kenyan flag and with weapons in hand. Long-awaited police reinforcements have arrived in Haiti, bolstering the new Prime Minister Gary Connie, who is determined to see the country freed from gang violence.
Finally, we can see that the international force is here to support us and our police force. So we're going to start working little by little to regain control of the country. But I want no one to doubt the purpose of the mission. The state will regain power and reaffirm its authority so all Haitians can live peacefully in this country.
The mission led by Kenya is the first any African nation has led outside of the continent. It was first requested to the United Nations by Haiti's former government nearly 2 years ago, but has faced multiple delays, in part due to Kenya's opposition parties calling for the country's security needs to take precedence before foreign commitments, and in part due to political turmoil in Haiti.
Wait, so like we need to take care of our situation at home. That's more important than trying to help somebody in another country or whatever. Does that not sound familiar? And so what would be the motivations for them to do this, you know, given that they have internal turmoils themselves? And it goes back to the IMF and the World Bank.
Multiple delays, in part due to Kenya's opposition parties calling for the country's security needs to take precedence before foreign commitments, and in part due to political turmoil in Haiti that was exacerbated nearly 4 months ago when gangs united to coordinate attacks on the capital Port-au-Prince, storming prisons and firing on the international airport. Gangs control 80% of the capital, and their widespread killing, kidnappings and violence has led to the displacement of over 500,000 people. Their leader, Jimmy Cherizier, who has constantly warned against the mission, recently suggested he is open to dialogue. But aid groups are concerned that the gangs will respond forcefully to the mission, that clear objectives have not been outlined, and that the Kenyan forces are ill-equipped.
Yeah, I don't know how successful they're going to be with this because the Haitian people aren't going to be feeling this. Either way, it's a foreign military. It's like if you know, some country, let's say Texas was having some problems or whatever, and France came into Texas to help restore order. How would regardless of whose side or whatever that someone is on, everyone's going to be united in not wanting France to come in and restore order in Texas. Okay. Both sides are going to be like, F no, get the F out of here. Like, what the F? And you don't want a foreign military. They're not going to care about the people there. You know what I mean? They don't care. You know what I mean? You can't expect them to have any sympathy. So it's like when you have coups or whatever, you know, like if you send the American troops, which would also be not a good choice, but if you sent like federal troops like the army to Texas to deal with the situation, there's a chance that those military officers are going to have friends and family in Texas, you know what I mean, or be from Texas themselves. And they're going to have sympathy for these people. They're not going to just want to murk them or whatever. You know, they're going to be like, let's talk this out. Let's figure this out. You know what I mean? But if it's a foreign military that comes in, why would they have any sympathy for anybody on any side? So, yeah, I don't see how it'll be. I don't see how it's a good thing at all. And it's really just cover, because the United States don't want to go in and use their troops because of the optics of it, you know? So, you know, you got proxies to do your work for you to make it seem like it's not you or whatever. But then, like I say, you got the IMF, you got the World Bank. These are Western controlled institutions or whatever representing these Western nations. So it's really the same folks. But the optics of it looks better, and people aren't going to understand, and people aren't going to make the connections.
Nearly 2 years after Haiti requested assistance to quell a surge in gang violence, people in the country have mixed reactions to news that hundreds of Kenyan police officers are soon deploying in the country. On Monday, in the streets of the capital Port-au-Prince, some welcomed their arrival, while others viewed the force with caution. Well, for me, they took too long. If I remember well, we have been suffering for 4 years. And if there were anything the state authorities could have done, they would have. If someone else can do anything to help, we are in a prison here. We cannot go anywhere. We cannot go to the countryside. We are in jail in Port-au-Prince. Kenyan President William Ruto on Monday held a ceremony to flag off 400 troops set to depart for the UN-backed mission. They are the first contingent out of a force of 1,000 that Kenya expects to send. It's not the foreigners that will solve our problems. It is up to us to come up with solutions, but still, we accept the help because we cannot go anywhere because so many areas of the country are lawless. If they come to help us, I say yes. There's been a long record of foreign interventions in Haiti, the first country in the world to successfully win independence through a slave rebellion in 1804.
Yeah. That's why that's why Haiti is paid, you know, that's why they suffer, is because of that last part, the slave rebellion, you know, became a nation and outlawed slavery and all of that. So they've been paying ever since.
They
just can't let those people slide. Let's read some comments on this one. This is the one: Haitians react to expected arrival for police from Kenya. Comments, it says, and how long will the Kenyans stay? All the gangs have to do is wait them out. Another comment, it says, imagine sending a totally corrupt police force to enforce law in another country. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Another comment, guys, I'm a Kenyan. I do not want my police to come there. But because our president wants to be seen as a good person, he did it. I don't think it's right, but if they help, well and good. Another comment, as a Kenyan, your corruption level is going to surge 1,000%. We're very good at it. Another comment, what an ungrateful bunch. Obviously, 224 years, you guys can't get together, not even a little bit. You know, those comments right there kind of get under my skin heavily. Like, I'm triggered by this comment right here because this is what they say, but you know, a lot of ignorance is in this comment right here. You know, all of the intervention from outside forces is the reason why Haiti is in the state that Haiti is in. They just won't leave them people alone. They won't leave them alone. As we can see, you got Kenyan people coming in. Like, it's always
Amy Goodman in the Gaza.
It's always someone coming in to, you know, help, quote unquote, the Haitians. But they
nearly
end up in the same boat. So who is helping them? Like, who has been successful in helping the Haitians? Like, let them get it together. Leave them alone. I think I covered everything I wanted to cover. Let me see. Is there anything left that I wanted to get to? Last week I was supposed to cover, what's her name? That book about caste. And I didn't ever get to that. Oh, the Uvalde thing. I briefly covered that though. Let's look at this right quick.
There's breaking news from Uvalde, Texas. Former school police chief Pete Arredondo has been taken into custody more than 2 years after the shooting there. The San Antonio Express News reports a grand jury has indicted Arredondo and a second former officer on child endangerment charges. 19 children and 2 teachers were killed. Hundreds of officers waited outside the school for over an hour before confronting the gunman. There's breaking news from Uvalde, Texas.
So it says breaking: the former Uvalde school police chief and another former officer have reportedly been indicted on child endangerment charges more than 2 years after the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in Texas. 2 years later. And so he's the school police chief. Like, was he the one calling the shots on the scene? I mean, it's hard for me to believe that. It's hard for me to believe that he was the one calling the shots. So I think this guy got scapegoated. You know, heads must roll, you know. Somebody has to be held accountable. It was a super embarrassing situation that happened. I want to say whoever was the politician that was over that county also lost his position. Comments, it says, it took 2 years to arrest this dude. What the F? Another one, child endangerment. They couldn't bring more serious charges against him. Another comment, hold on. Another comment, it says, good. Man, I remember reading the husband of one of the teachers passed from a heart attack right after he learned his wife was killed. That's literally heartbreaking. The families deserve justice. I don't give a F how old we get. We always remember our favorite teacher. Another comment, justice for all the Uvalde babies. Another one, watch Greg Abbott pardon them. Another comment says, great, that family deserves justice. Another one, leadership failure equals jail time. Another comment, it seems like a light charge, but maybe they wanted something they knew they could get. But good, what an absolute horrific debacle of management that day. Appalling that cops didn't break protocol and bust into that place. Like, what is the protocol for that situation? Another comment, child endangerment, he's being undercharged, that's for sure. Another one, good, that was a cowardly thing that did that day of, I know it's tough, but this is what you're signed up for. Yeah, man, this is your job. Do your job. Another comment that says, it's about time. The families deserve justice for their children, and the teachers who died also deserve justice. Another one, it's about time. Another one, him and his other stooges need to be punished to the highest degree. Their lives need to be ruined forever, just like the way they ruined the kids' lives. Another comment, this is a never-ending tragedy. Hope this kind of accountability eases the pain of the families. Another one, took long enough. It really is unfortunate all the way around. That situation was and is, continues to be. Like, they act like they so gangster, but when it's time to get gangster, they freaking turn into Julian Assange is free, leaving UK prison after 5 years behind bars. Julian Assange is free after more than 5 years in prison. The WikiLeaks founder left London's Belmarsh prison on Monday and boarded a plane to reunite with his family in Australia. The Transparency Organization announced on social media Assange was granted bail by the British High Court, WikiLeaks said. This comes as multiple outlets report that Assange has agreed to plead guilty to a single felony charge in agreement with the U.S. Justice Department that will end the threat of extradition to the United States that has been hanging over him, which could have resulted in 175 years in prison. Barring any extraordinary development, this would let him avoid further prison time and abruptly end a decade-long legal saga that saw the publisher take refuge in Ecuador's UK embassy for several years before his dramatic arrest in 2019. Assange, now 52, burst into the international stage when his website published thousands of U.S. classified documents revealing war crimes committed in Iraq and Afghanistan, earning him the ire of successive U.S. governments, including an aborted CIA assassination plot under the Trump administration. Stella Assange thanked her husband's supporters on Monday for the years-long pressure campaign to free him. Words cannot express our immense gratitude to you who have all mobilized for years and years to make this come true, she said. Yeah, it's an attack on journalism, big time with this. So I don't know. A lot of people probably not paying attention and don't understand the implications of this. But you wonder why our journalism sucks, and you wonder why they don't push back, they don't ask hard questions, they don't do like investigative reportings. Well, this is why, because if they do that, then they may die. Or they could go to prison, or they could, be suicided. Comment, it says, guilty of being a hero. Thank you, legend. Another comment says, he shouldn't have been in prison in the first place. Yeah, he didn't commit any crimes. Not actual real crimes. Another comment says, a shameful 5 years for telling the truth. I hope he stays safe. You ruled by criminals when it's the whistleblowers who get held accountable. It's like, the people who did whatever, they get a pass. But the guy who told, the guy who snitched, he's going to jail or worse. Hey, this criminal is doing some criminal activities over there. What? You going to jail. You shouldn't have said nothing. You done messed up now. Another comment that says, after being able to watch the tragedies in Palestine in real time, I can imagine that everywhere else in the world that U.S. and Britain and other colonizer countries have set foot atrocities and war crimes of the same nature have been committed. I hope this man stays safe. It's unfortunate. They basically ruined this dude's life already. Like, I guess it could have been worse for him. They didn't let up either. Every administration after it picked it up. Like, any one of them could have dropped that case, but they didn't. Obama, Trump, Biden, any one of them could have dropped that case. They didn't. They're like, screw that guy, Julian Assange. This one, it says, any political system that produces these two candidates for its most powerful executive position is broken. It says, yeah. Yep. This one, it says, starting July 1st, landlords cannot ask the tenant for 3 times the rent anymore. And this is a federal deal, so it's all states. I always thought it was so ridiculous. I was looking at one where it was like, if your rent is like $1,900 or like $2,000, so you got to pay $6,000 to get into that place? Like, oh my God. Who has $6,000 just laying around, That's crazy. Crazy. Some places be asking for 4 times the rent for you to move in. Like, you got to prove that you make 4 times the rent. Like, and we were just talking about the homeless situation where they criminalize homelessness. So on one end, they criminalize homelessness, and then on the other end, it takes $6,000 for you to get into an apartment. An apartment. So it says, is this a win for people, or does it even matter? It matters. On the other end, I could say that people can take advantage, right? So if they don't have to spend a lot to get into an apartment, like those apartments, nice apartments never really have move-in specials, because if it's like free to move in, or it's like $250, you don't have to pay rent until the next month. You got people that's going to exploit that. They're going to stay there for 1 month and then they're going to leave. You know what I mean? Before they have to pay rent. Now, for me, that makes no sense. All the stress and drama of moving into a place and then moving out again after a month is like, that is way too much going on. Like, for me, I can't even imagine doing all that. Like, that's more work than just pay the rent when the end of the month comes. Like, I don't know. If you don't have the money, you don't have the money or whatever. Maybe you just, and then you go look for another place that has a move-in special and then you do it again. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you feel like you're winning. Shit. Just the work of moving your stuff from one place to another. Well, maybe you don't have much stuff. You don't have any stuff. I guess maybe it's not that hard then to just steal. For me, that's just a whole mess. A whole mess that I could not understand doing that. It says, found on Florida Senate Governor SB 1244 Housing General Bill by Tories. Housing, citing this act as Keep Floridians Housed Act, creating the Department of Housing and Tenant Rights as a new department of the state government, providing requirements for rental agreements, required that a landlord provide written notice for a rent increase to a tenant by a specific time, prohibiting landlords from charging tenants a security deposit that is more than 1 month's rent, revising and specifying grounds for termination of a rental agreement, authorize local government and special districts to adopt a specified impact fee, etc., effective date 7/1/2024. So this one is talking about just Florida. But yeah, these, most of these apartments are big corporations. So, and they got way too much room to like screw over people, and people don't really have much recourse. You can sue them, but then you have to have lawyers for that, and you have to have patience and time for that. Most of us just trying to get along with our lives, and a lot of times we just take the L. Like when you move out and then they charge you a bunch of extra stuff, like they say stuff was damaged or whatever, like they just add that shit on, and they do that all the time. That's a common business practice. So if you ever moved out of a place and they charged you extra, like they didn't give you your deposit back and they said you owe them, like, you're not alone. Comment, it says, really, it doesn't even matter. They need to do something about these landlords who want to charge $2,500 for a place that looks like it was last refurbished in the early 90s. A lot of those are individually owned places when you're talking about this. So you're talking about a house, obviously, because the apartments, they tend to, every time people move out, a lot of times they change the apartment or they update it or whatever. They want to be able to charge more or whatever. That's why you leaving is actually a good thing for them, because they're going to go in, use your deposits and shit that you spent and upgrade the apartment for the next person so they could charge them up. So, but as far as this comment, it sounds like you're talking about individually owned places. And, if it's an individual owner, they don't have much money. They're just regular folks. So, yeah, they're not going to update the place. Like you chose to live there. You could have not. You could have chose somewhere else. So that's on you on that one. Another comment says, if you ever had tenants, you would understand why landlords want you to make 3 times the rent, or why I need first month, last month, and deposit. People will really try you. And there's always two sides to everything, I get it, wanting to be able to have them to prove that they're able to be able to, cover the bills. There's a reason for that. I get it. But 3 times the rent is pretty damn excessive, and I guess you're trying to weed out the troublemakers or whatever. But what it just leads to is, people being in really bad position. Like they end up in a position and they need a place and they don't have $6,000 to move in somewhere. That, that leads to people sleeping in their cars or, moving in with friends and family or whatever. But it goes both ways. Again, I know people take advantage and they, some people suck, I don't know, do a really good job with background checks. There's risk with everything. Every business there's risks involved in it. So you need to have insurance. You need to, you need to weigh your risks and see if that's something that you want to deal with. Saying that people suck is not a reason to, take advantage of everyone. because not everyone sucks. And if you can't handle the risk involved in the business that you're involved in, then maybe you should do a different business.
Do you believe in God?
Every description of God that I've heard holds God to be all powerful, very typical, and all good. And then I look around and I see a tsunami that killed 250,000 people in Indonesia, an earthquake that killed 250,000 people in Haiti. And I see earthquakes and tornadoes and disease, childhood leukemia. And I see all of this and I say, I do not see evidence of both of those being true simultaneously. If there is a God, the God is either not all powerful or not all good. Can't be both. But I'm evidence driven more than I'm faith driven. To be faith driven is one thing, but to be faith driven and try to create legislation on that affects other people who don't share your faith, that's the beginnings of a theocracy. And we have evidence of what that is in the past. And our founding fathers specifically founded this country to prevent that from happening.
And the separation of church and state is becoming less and less these days. You know, Louisiana passed a law to put 10 commandments in every classroom, you know, so that's choosing one religion over another one. And you talk about indoctrination, then you're indoctrinating these children into like these Christian beliefs or whatever. I mean, if you're a Christian, you're like, oh, that's fine. But if you're not a Christian, then maybe you have a problem with that. All of the kids that go to that school are not necessarily going to be Christian. You know, if that's the case, then you do that in private schools. You can do that in private schools, the St. Emmanuel or whatever the name of the school is. Then the parents that send those children to that school can expect, you know, a religious perspective on everything. But if it's a public school that's open for everyone, then, you know, choosing one religion over another one is a problem. You know, and this argument too about God being all good or all powerful, not being, you know, both at the same time, is the argument I made when we had this conversation on the show a couple weeks ago. And, you know, that's pretty much where I stand on that. So I agree with him on that. It's like God is good all the time. And I'm like, really? How do you come to that conclusion? We pretty much beat this one to death. UN approved Kenyan-led security force finally arrives in Haiti. Port-au-Prince, Haiti, a first contingent of 400 Kenyan police officers arrived in Haiti on Tuesday morning, more than 18 months after then Prime Minister Ariel Henry first asked the United Nations to send a security force to restore order to this violence-ridden nation. Yep. It says the goal of the force to wrest the country back from the heavily armed gangs that control more than 80% of the capital, inflicting some of the worst violence it has seen in decades, and to allow authorities to hold new elections for president and the National Assembly. I don't know. I think they could do the elections anyways. They were pushing that back for a reason. They want to put who they want to put up in there. And then you got to ask them, where the hell is the money coming from? The weapons coming from that the gangs have, you know, who's supporting them? It says, you are undertaking a vital mission that transcends borders and cultures, Kenyan President William Ruto told the officers Monday. Your presence in Haiti will bring hope and relief to communities torn apart by violence and ravaged by disorder. Whenever one country is like trying to save another country, I'm always like, what's your motivation? This Caribbean nation of 12 million best be beset by political corruption, gang violence, natural disasters, and poverty, has suffered a long history of foreign interventions. Many have done more to destabilize the country than to restore order. Officials have pledged that the mission, which could grow to 2,500 officers, won't repeat those errors. Critics are skeptical. I mean, right to be skeptical. I mean, it's like, this is what happens every time, but this time it's not going to happen. Not this time. I know it happened that way every time before, but this time it'll be different. I'm like, okay.
Believe in anything. It is not a question of God. I do not believe in believing. My approach is to know. And knowing is a totally different dimension. It starts from doubt. It does not start from believing. The moment you believe in something, you have stopped inquiring. Belief is one of the most poisonous things to destroy human intelligence. All the religions are based on belief. Only science is based on doubt. And I would like the religious inquiry also to be scientific. I do not.
Yeah, that's what they say. Stay curious, my friends. So it's like, and when you feel like you believe, and then you just reject any knowledge that goes against your belief, you should have doubts. No one knows everything. And then it's like the people who talk about they know what happens after you die. It's like, how the hell do you know what the hell happens? Has anybody died and came back and told you what the hell it was that happened? Like, I don't see how you can be confident in your knowledge of what happens after death. Like, can't be sure. Like, I know what happens after death. Such and such and such happens. How do you know that? Where'd you get that? Oh yeah, I did want to talk about this. I'm glad this popped up. Freaking AIPAC, and the amount of money that they pour into these elections. And if you talk bad about Israel, just know that your seat is in peril. And it happened. Jamal Bowman is out of there. And basically AIPAC got him up out of there. So breaking news, it says Jamal Bowman loses primary to George Latimer and a lot of AIPAC money. So Mother Jones Mag, and this most expensive. So look, this is the other thing. Most expensive primary in the history of the United States House of Representatives. Like, this is what I've been talking about. It's like, if you want to make a difference or make a change in the politics, instead of pointing at the Republicans or pointing at the Democrats or saying it's all Trump's fault, it's all Biden's fault or whatever, we need to look at the money in the politics, bruh. Get that up out of there. If you don't fix that issue, then none of the other stuff matters at all, because it's going to continue to go down the road. You're just going to keep changing names and faces, and the results are going to be the same. You got to get the big money out of politics, period. It's really simple, but they're not talking about this. They don't talk about this in the media. They want you to talk about like personalities and shit, culture wars and shit. The corporations, Citizens United, the lobbyists, all the money in politics, how much it costs to freaking run for office. This is what we need to be talking about, and this is what we need to fix. The gerrymandering, that needs to be fixed. The way they draw up these districts, the way they do that shit is crazy. How, like, you got prisoners who count as citizens, and then it's a few people in that county, and their vote has so much power because of all the prisoners are there, and they move the prisoners from inner city areas, black and brown people, and then they move them to white areas to give power to those white people who live out there. That kind of shit. Well, that's not what you're talking about. Oh, it's not about race. You keep talking about race. Okay. In the most expensive primary in the history of the United States, House of Representative Jamal Bowman, a prominent progressive in Congress, lost to George Latimer, a moderate, who well-known Democrats have backed in the final weeks of the race. The center of the campaign was Bowman's relatively outspoken stance on Israel's war on Gaza. In mid-October 2023, Bowman became one of the first members of Congress to publicly support a ceasefire. Soon after, Latimer, a suburban moderate with the habit of posting on Facebook, entered the race and pitched himself to more conservative Democratic Party voters. He was backed aggressively by pro-Israel groups. They probably called him and told him to run. Ad Impact on an organization tracking political campaign spending reported earlier this week that nearly $25 million was spent in the race. 61% of that money, nearly $15 million, came from a PAC affiliated with the American Israel Public Affairs Committee called the United Democratic Project. UDP spent most of the money on the ads attacking Bowman. Bowman's position on the U.S. alliance with Israel changed after a November 2021 trip organized by the advocacy group J Street that took him to the West Bank city of Hebron. Bowman, a former middle school principal, was particularly affected by the interaction with a group of Palestinian school children. There are streets that they cannot walk and places they cannot go simply because they are Palestinian, he wrote on Instagram at the time. When I asked about their dreams, their answer was simple: freedom. The occupation must end. He went on to co-sponsor a resolution with Representative Rashida Tlaib that would recognize the Nakba. Now, 8 months into Israel's unrelenting war on Gaza, more children have been killed than in previous 4 years of global conflict. First comment, it says, Israel owns and runs the United States. Another comment, it says, he lost because he opposed a genocide. What does that say about the world's leading democracy? Another one, well, there you have it. Can't criticize Israel policies in American politics. Another comment, as usual, AIPAC can buy elections. Absolutely frightening. God forbid it. If there was a Chinese or Russian or Iranian version of AIPAC, people would be up in arms about it. That is so true. Israel gets a slide, though. Another comment says, AIPAC is continuing to come after any anti-Israel protests. This should worry everyone. Why does Israel control a local election? Another one, foreign government funds opponent to legislator who criticizes them. We really are the United States of Israel. It's cool, though. They've created a generation of people that hates them, and we have long memories. Another comment, it looks like 90,000 registered Democrats voted in NY16 today, and there are 260,000 registered Democrats in that district. If you don't vote, you can't complain. Bowman did not go TV. Yeah, those little elections tend to, people, majority of people go to the presidential, the people who vote, the majority of them tend to only vote in the big elections, the president and stuff like that. They tend to not participate in the smaller ones. And I think that's by design. I think that we've been programmed to behave that way. It's kind of sad. It says, why are you so quiet? What's on your mind? 58.3 million in cuts to public libraries. The libraries are going down left and right across everywhere. I'm seeing it here in Texas. So really sad. We used to have so many more libraries and they were so nice. I always loved to do them. It's like summertime. It's hot outside. You take the kids. They can have a good time. It's a fun place. It's like a government service, if you will. It's really sad. They don't want anything, that's for the people. Makes me sad. I love libraries. I love reading. Knowledge is, they banning books, closing libraries. not looking good for the future. Would someone think of the children? Trump ally, death penalty for abortions. Trump ally Jeff Durbin, leader of the Republican opposition to the Arizona measure to protect abortion rights, says women deserve to be executed if they have an abortion. Abortion should be considered a crime. What the state owes you, if it's proven and if it's true, is capital punishment. You forfeit your right to live. It's pretty damn extreme. The caption says, the escalating threats and deadly rhetoric from MAGA extremists on our collective reproductive freedom should terrify all of us. First comment says, the irony of them calling abortion killing an innocent child to then propose the government to kill an actual human. You know, an eye for an eye leaves the world blind. It's like, that's what you call justice. Another comment says, what is the punishment for the man who impregnated her? Ooh, dun, dun, dun. Another comment, I hear people say that Republicans are afraid of Donald. No, they're not. They are him. They are sticking with the guy who gives them permission to be their worst selves. Another comment, it says, an abortion could have prevented this. Oh, that's dark. Another comment, it says, so sexual assault will also be a capital crime too, right? Right? Well, it actually is, right? It is, isn't it? Wait, I don't think they can put you to death for that though. So maybe that's what they mean. Another comment, it says, pro-lifers, if you're so worried about a few cells in a woman's uterus, where is your outrage about gun regulation, keeping children safe in schools, adoption centers, and welfare programs, or any program that benefits a child's life when they are actually born? That's always my argument, because I feel like these people aren't pro-life. They're pro-life all, while they're in the womb. But once they get out of the womb, it's F you. Screw you, you little crumb snatcher. Your parents should have been more responsible. Now you're going to starve to death. Talk about you want some food when you go to school. What are your parents doing? Buying cigarettes? Another comment says, they're so pro-life, they'll kill you. It doesn't make any sense. It's schizophrenic. Really insane, these people. It says, but after kids are born, they couldn't give a F. How many children are living in poverty in America? See, that's what I'm saying. I don't care about these kids. They're not pro-life. If you're pro-life, you're pro-life from the womb to the tomb. Another comment says, women don't impregnate themselves. Go after the men who impregnate her. Doesn't matter what I say about that. People have their views on that and they're not moving. Yeah, I covered this. Julian Assange again. Anti-DEI groups funded by corporate affiliate charities. Damn, you got a charity that goes against DEI? Like, hey, I want to fund that. I kind of wanted to talk about the Cass lady. I don't know if I have clips in here for that. Texas ranks second in nation for active shooters in 2023. That's crazy. They're always talking about Chicago. They talk about wait, who else? Where else? New Orleans. They don't talk about Texas in this way. I guess it doesn't fit the agenda, right? It's like Democrat-run cities. New data reveals Texas ranks second only to California in the number of incidents and people killed. Tap the link in the bio. Other comment says, we are also one of the more populated states. Let's not be dramatic. Well, okay, it's true. And so is California. But I bet you wouldn't make that excuse for California. You're going to say California has those Democrats running it. So that's the reason why it's like that. Oh, well, what about Texas? Well, Texas, we're one of the most populated states. So, you know, hey, there's a lot of people, you know, that's the reason why. Shit. I mean, you're right. It is a lot of people. It's a lot of people in California too. But like I say, you would say California is because of the Democrats. You're not going to say that because it's Texas. Another comment says Chicago has 72 shootings over Memorial Day weekend and averages 40 shootings every weekend. How is Illinois not on the list? Chicago has the toughest gun laws in the country. It doesn't seem to change a thing because judges let criminals run free. And people, again, like I was saying earlier about the global thing and trying to understand things better, you have to look at it from a wider perspective. When they talk about the guns in states that prohibit guns, those guns come from states that don't prohibit guns, that you can freely buy the guns. They come from there. So that's what is driving it. If you want it to be, you know, safe in all of these states related to gun crime, then you need to synchronize the laws and the prohibitions related to guns across the states. And then you're going to say states' rights. Okay, well, that's fine. So the states have the right to shoot the shit out of themselves and to take guns to another state and shoot people there. Like, there's no way, you know. So those people who are trying to keep their people safe, then the states that don't give a fuck, the people come from those states that don't give a fuck and go over there and shoot people at or sell guns to the people that's in that, you know. Another comment says population and borders, not hard to do the math. Yeah, so I bet you wouldn't make that same excuse for California. Will and 100% bet you wouldn't make that same excuse for California. California has the same border. It has a border with Mexico. I know that's what you're trying to get at. And there's a lot of people in California too. Another comment says, I mean, California has the largest population and Texas the second largest. So it seems that would make sense. You know, that is a fair argument right there. That is a fair argument. Another comment, it says, amazing the state with the highest gun control is number one. See, there goes the Democratic argument there. Another comment, easier to get a gun than liquor. Yep. Another comment, California, Texas, etc. Who cares? The fact that this is even discussed in America is the real problem. Never hear about mass shootings in Europe or other civilized countries. I hate it when they say civilized countries. You mean European countries. Another comment, thanks to Greg Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and Texas and other Republicans. Good job, guys. Another comment says, I call bull BS on this. Chicago has to be number 2. Yeah, you don't like facts and actual numbers, statistics. You just go by the shit that you get brainwashed all over again. You know, Chicago has a lot of black people in it, so yeah, those uncivilized folks shooting up each other all the time. It says infant mortality increased over 12% in Texas after near total abortion ban enacted in 2021, study shows. So this is the results, okay? Infant mortality increases over 12% in Texas. You know, this is the results. If you're pro-life, you're pro-life. But the decisions that you have made, the laws that you have enacted, has led to infant mortality to increase over 12%. So if you don't know what infant mortality is, that's babies dying. Okay? 12% increase. You're pro-life. So then you should make policies that would lead to more babies, not dying. It says infant mortality increased by 12.9% from 2021 to 2022 in Texas after the state's near total ban on abortion was enacted, according to a new study published Monday in JAMA Pediatrics. A total of 2,243 infants or children under the age of 1 died in 2022 compared to 1,985 infants deaths in the state in 2021. This study basically confirms that we've suspected all along for a long time, said Dr. Richard Ivy, and practicing OB-GYN in Houston. We knew that infant mortality would go up, particularly with congenital anomalies after the passage of the ban, he said. Yeah, so the babies who have like these problems and they're not viable pregnancies. So that's probably driving a lot of this, Forcing a lady to have a baby is messed up too, because you're going to have that where like Trump was saying that doing abortions after 9 months or whatever, like that is not happening. But when you forcing the women to have babies, then they're going to do effed up stuff like that too. I mean, it's murder and it's messed up and it's wrong, but systems manage people. People manage systems. You create a system that incentivizes people to do fucked up shit, they're pretty much going to do fucked up shit. You got to give them an out. People make mistakes, man. Nobody's perfect. This dude says he spends a lot less money in the Philippines. This is so messed up. Future prison. Let's play this.
Welcome to Cognify, a facility designed to treat criminals like patients. Instead of spending years in an actual prison cell, prisoners could finish their sentence here in just a few minutes. Cognify could someday create and implant artificial memories directly into the prisoner's brain. These complex, vivid, and lifelike memories are created in real time using AI-generated content. Depending on the seriousness of the subject's crime and their sentence, the memories could be tailored to the rehabilitation needs of each subject. The artificial memories implanted by Cognify would be seamlessly incorporated into the existing neural networks of the brain, preventing cognitive dissonance and ensuring the subject experiences the memories as if they were real. The Cognify concept offers a new approach to criminal rehabilitation, transforming how society deals with offenders by focusing on rehabilitation rather than punishment. First, the prisoner is given a choice, either spending tens of years in a prison cell or seeking fast-track rehabilitation through artificial memory implantation. If the prisoner chooses to undergo fast-track rehabilitation, the Cognify device is used. Next, the prisoner undergoes high-resolution brain scanning to create a detailed map of their neural pathways. This brain map helps guide the Cognify device to target specific brain regions responsible for memory, reasoning, and logical thinking, such as the hippocampus, prefrontal cortex, amygdala, parietal lobe, and anterior cingulate cortex. Once the target brain regions are identified, Cognify is then placed around the head of the prisoner. The intensity and the type of artificial memories is then adjusted depending on the crime. Inside the criminal's mind, time would pass differently, slower than in real life, making them experience years' worth of artificial memories in just a few minutes. Synthetic memories are customized depending on the crime committed and the unique brain structure and psychological profile of the individual. individual, violent offenders could experience memories that are designed to trigger empathy and remorse, seeing their crime from the perspective of their victim, feeling their pain and suffering firsthand. Some memories are designed to trigger consequences and trauma. Such memories could simulate the long-term consequences of violent actions, such as the grief of the victim's family or the physical and emotional trauma endured by the victim. Artificial memories could cover a wide range of crimes, including domestic violence, hate crimes and discrimination, embezzlement, insider trading, theft and fraud. Cognify Emotion Regulation System could modulate neurotransmitters and hormones to induce specific emotional states, such as remorse or regret, which is crucial for rehabilitation. Real-time monitoring and feedback mechanisms could track the prisoner's neural responses throughout the process, allowing the system to adapt and optimize the rehabilitation in real time with new visuals, sensation, and realistic AI-generated content. To ensure the long-term effect of the therapy session, the memories could become permanent, fully integrated into the subject's mind, as if they were part of their own personal experiences. While subjects are undergoing therapy session, valuable data are collected from all the prisoners into a central computer for scientific research, which will help understand the criminal mind and determine the best approach to tackle crimes in society. AI-driven analytics could enhance the device's functionality, optimizing future procedures based on gathered data and insights. Cognify could feature encrypted storage for sensitive prisoner information and rehabilitation data. A compact and portable design would allow Cognify to be used anywhere in the world. It would be constructed with durable materials to withstand frequent use. Its energy-efficient design would ensure long operational life, reducing the need for frequent recharges. It would have the ability to integrate seamlessly with other prison systems, like security cameras and biometric identification. Once the therapy session is concluded, family members of the subject could be provided with a comprehensive report on the new artificial memories that have been implanted, offering them a chance to adjust to the subject's new, positive personality traits. The subject is then released back into society to start a new life away from crimes. The Cognify concept could revolutionize the criminal justice system by significantly reducing the need for long-term incarceration and its associated costs. Traditional prisons require substantial budgets for construction, maintenance, staffing, and prisoner care, including food, healthcare, and rehabilitation programs. By replacing extended prison sentences with brief intensive rehabilitation through artificial memory implantation, the costs of maintaining prison facilities and supporting inmates could be drastically lowered. The funds saved from reduced incarceration and recidivism rates could be reallocated to other critical areas. These might include education, healthcare, infrastructure development, social welfare programs, or research and development initiatives that benefit society as a whole. By rehabilitating offenders more quickly, Cognify could enable them to reintegrate into society sooner and contribute to the workforce. This increased productivity could boost the economy and generate tax revenue, further offsetting the initial investment in such technology. Successful rehabilitation through Cognify could lead to safer communities, reduced crime rates, and improved social well-being. This could have far-reaching positive impacts on individuals, families, and society as a whole, contributing to a more stable and prosperous future. Apart from treating criminals, Cognify could also be used to treat severe memory loss by helping patients recall their past memories. It could also treat patients with PTSD by implanting positive memories that replace the negative ones.
So you want to technically lobotomize prisoners now. Man, I see so many problems with this. And the part where they was like, we can use the resources that we use on prisons to spend on education and infrastructure and social programs or whatever. It's like, why don't we just do that? So the money that we're spending on prisons is the reason why, we don't have money for education and social programs or whatever, Man, so many problems with this. So you're just gonna release these lobotomized prisoners into the general public? Like, do you have any idea how they're actually gonna behave and what they're gonna do? Like, leave, man. This is crazy. Hopefully, nothing like this ever happens. It's like, dystopian. I could see so many problems with this. What if somebody hacked the program and installed memories that they wanted the prisoner to have or whatever? Like, I don't know, endless problems with this. Caption, it says, the prison of the future, Cognify. Introducing Cognify, the prison of the future. This facility is designed to treat criminals like patients instead of spending years in an actual prison cell. Prisoners could finish their sentence here in just a few minutes. Cognify could someday create and implant artificial memories directly into prisoners' brain. It could offer a new approach to criminal rehabilitation, transforming how society deals with offenders by focusing on rehabilitation rather than punishment. We could focus on rehabilitation rather than punishment without hooking them up to some program and giving them fake memories. The system is not focused on rehabilitation. The people come out of prison better criminals and less able to, join society. It's by design. It's already messed up. So when you put something like this in it, it's just going to exacerbate the situation, without a doubt. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Hopefully nothing like this ever comes into actual reality. Comments, it says, so what happens when the family of the deceased comes in contact with the murderer responsible for the death of their loved ones, or probably a pedophile? So they just look at him in the eye and move on easily because he's got a new life with AI brain that knows no crime, while the victim is ashes in some clay pot or vase somewhere, or probably 6 feet below, and can't come back to life. What if the victims was molested and can't let go of those trauma? What happens then? If you ask me, this method is going to make crime skyrocket to the roof, because what's the worst that's going to happen anyways? You kill and still get to live. This is a big W if you ask me. Another comment that says, I'd rather they use similar technology to determine whether someone committed the crime or not and free the innocent. Another comment, we will be able to reprogram someone's memory and we're not able to cure cancer. Another comment, literally a Black Mirror episode for this. Another one, this can go very bad if someone with a sick mind can program them to become more evil and do more harm. Another comment, LOL, if they can do all these, why don't they use AI, provide prosperity to each family and make sure they're loving homes and lack nothing, starting from kindergarten all the way to high school, and give them the best education? Then there is no lack, and from young tech, them good ethnic and moral good citizens instead. What a joke. Whoever thought of these is in path to destruction. Someone who did good or evil is not of the brain at all. It's from the soul and spirit part that you can't chip anything to anyone. Yeah, I don't. The premise of this is just really bad. It says, I'm sure these technologies are secretly being tested, but damn, the future will be a scary place with human advancement. And then the part where they said they're going to learn about the brains. So then I think that's what, if there was to do this, that's really what it would be about, is like really learning how to manipulate people better. They'll start using it in advertisements. They'll beam this stuff right into your head from your phone or your laptop. Scary times ahead. I think I'm going to wrap it, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I'm at 5 hours.